Hey everyone, welcome back. It's Mason, voice of Sebastian Dench, here to give you a quick update on everything that's been going on. You've probably seen a lack of updates and uploads to the channel. Well, that's because OBS has corrupted some of our recordings of our adventures, so I'm here to give you a quick recap on everything that's been going on with the wrongly accused. When we had last left off, the wrongly accused had narrowly escaped the clutches of Baba Yaga's henchmen as they were making their escape towards Lady Morin, Triss's employer, for the knowledge she sought in Baba Yaga's scroll. Having successfully evaded Baba Yaga's horsemen, they entered Lady Morin's keep, where they were greeted by the ruler herself. A cold, calculating mistress, Lady Morin demanded access of the scroll in order for safety against the attack of Baba Yaga and her horsemen. Baba Yaga herself entered and demanded the wrongly accused lives in recompense for stealing her secrets. Faced with no other option, the wrongly accused handed over the scroll, and in exchange were granted clemency and rights of hospitality. However, this was not the last price that Lady Morin would extract from the wrongly accused. Seeking to gain further favor under Queen Mab, the ruler of the Winter Court of the Feywild, Lady Morin demanded that in exchange for safety, the wrongly accused foil the events that were taking place at a neighboring lord's castle. She would not divulge any other information, other than that she wanted the event ruined, so that she might gain further favor. The wrongly accused managed to get some sleep, and decided ultimately it would be safest to leave Triss behind in the care of Lady Morin. The following day they left, seeking the dwelling of the rivaling Fey Lord. However, as they settled down for their first night out in the wilderness of the Feywild, Valora, while on watch from the interior of Taz's tiny hut, saw a shadowy figure approach and place their hand on the exterior of the dome, but no attempt to enter was made. Upon waking the following morning, Valora told the rest of the party, who, understandably, met the news with some apprehension. Another day of journeying passed, and as they settled down yet again, Valora once more saw the shadowy figure appear at the edge of her vision as she was keeping watch. This time, however, she decided to wake the rest of the party. Next, upon seeing only one figure outside of the dome, they decided to take their chances and charge the enemy. What they found upon exiting the tiny hut was none other than Pale Knight, following them. Deciding to end the threat once and for all, they attacked Pale Knight, hoping to overwhelm him in a 4-to-1 skirmish. What they had hoped to be a quick and savage, merciless beating of Pale Knight quickly turned into an all-out fight for their lives, as Bright Day and Red Sun both showed up with a winter wolf in tow. They found themselves outmatched. Quickly, Tezzemondius cast invisibility, however, was thwarted when Pale Knight cast darkness, obscuring his vision of Ophelia, causing her to be the only one visible, as the rest of the party disappeared into thin air. Ophelia, try as she might, was unable to escape the horsemen in their natural habitat, and received many wounds from all three of the horsemen. Taz cast Dimension Door to teleport the two of them to a safer distance, and then cast Healing Word so that she might be revived. However, the horsemen, Bright Day and Pale Knight, pursued him, hoping to run them down and kill them as their master had bid them. Valora, remaining invisible, tried to outpace the Winter Wolf, that she might be able to gain the advantage and help her friends, leaving Sebastian to take on Red Sun by himself. As the battle raged on, things grew more dire. Ophelia was knocked unconscious, and Tezzemondius had to resort to using his last high-level spell to take her back closer to his companions, and using a Healing Word to revive Ophelia. Valora was having difficulty shaking the Winter Wolf, and Sebastian was fighting a losing battle against his once friend, Red Sun. With Ophelia revived, she realized that they would have to take their emergency exit escape and banish themselves from the Feywild. However, with her spell slots exhausted, she only had enough energy to cast it once at 2 targets. with 4 people in the party, someone would have to stay behind. Valora, now visible since she had made an attempt to attack the White Wolf in surprise, suggested that Taz climb inside the bag of holding, leaving her, Ophelia, and Sebastian still out. However, even with Taz in the bag of holding, there were still 3 of them, and only 2 could leave. With the horsemen pressing down on him, Sebastian turned to his friends and told them to go. Valora pleaded with him not to be a fool and to get inside the bag of holding. But with the enemies so close, Sebastian knew that he would have to buy enough time for Ophelia to cast her spell. So, Sebastian, as a follower of Deus, did what he had been taught to do, and protected Ophelia and Valora, as Ophelia cast banishment on the 2 of them, and exited from the Feywild. Sebastian, in the last-ditch effort of defiance, turned to Red Sun, and embodied the shield. Aged to 99 years old by the horseman's temporal slashes, bloodied and dying, Sebastian took one more hit from Red Sun's lance, and fell. Even as he lay dying in the snow, he couldn't stop himself from smiling, finally feeling like he had done the right thing for once in his life. And as he drew closer to the light, he suddenly heard Deus's voice, telling him his work was not yet done. And he slowly crept away from the light and felt his soul return to his body. And as he lay there, panting in the snow, Red Sun stood over him, and, with a sly grin, told him he had only been instructed to kill him one time. Exhausted, decrepit, near death and old, Sebastian laughed mirthlessly, as Red Sun gripped his hand and plane shifted. Back in the material plane, Valora and Ophelia wept, for their friend who had done so well to protect them had protected them yet again at the cost of his own life. And as Tasmanius exited the bag of holding, the feeling of loneliness sank into them. However, ever-observant Valora noticed out of the corner eye a flash of light and a red-garbed figure kneeling, holding on to something. And as they rushed over, Red Sun disappeared, plane shifting away. And there they found Sebastian, old and bleeding, but alive. After much relief and a slap from Valora for ignoring her demands that he go along with them, the group rested for the night. Safe, for now, but still in need to finish what they had started with Lady Morin, lest they anger yet another powerful Fey being. As they rested, Valora, once again on watch, perceived the ground to be trembling, almost as if an army was marching nearby. And upon awaking and setting out for the next day, unsure of where they were, they came to a cliffside, and then found in front of them a giant battle between what looked to be green-skinned orcs and their tribes against a small, well-trained force of soldiers who looked to be mainly humans. With their glittering armor and their intense shield work, the humans were fending off the orcs in short order. Sebastian, hearing a noise behind them, turned to see that a squadron of scouts from what looked to be the human army had found them, and quickly explaining the situation, were taken back to the camp of humans. Upon returning, they found out they were in Remsha, a country to the north of the Zamir mountain range. And there is where our adventure resumes.
Is everybody ready and such?
Yes, sir.
I believe
Cool.
so.
Bathrooms have been used, snacks have been had. Sweet. Since I had taken over last time because of the OBS issues, and also, Jabub, it is your turn, good sir. If you would please take it away with the recap of last session.
Alrighty. So, at the beginning of last session, the party managed to nearly escape the Feywild and saw Red Sun and Sebastian. And the Red Sun was gone. We ran over, checked on Sebastian. He's still old as fuck, but he alive. The party is not sure where they are, but it is cold, snowy, and mountains to the west. We thought maybe Zamria, but we knew somewhere in the north. But there's no way to really tell. We decided to travel, maybe look for a way back to the Feywild, to tie up these deals and bargains that the party made to lessen the number of people chasing us. And while traveling, we heard the sound of marching steps in the night. The next morning, looking around, this fucking cat, man. Keeps eating shit he's not supposed to. The next morning, we, after traveling for a few hours south, after using some divine magics to try and narrow down a safe way to travel, we came across a large battle between armored figures in gray and what seemed like a horde of orcs and other of the green skin types, ogres and trolls. After seeing them fight for a while, the armored figures came out on top, and we ran into a group of their skirmishers, who through some discussion we learned to be a basically border force in Remsha that kept the hordes of orcs in the north back, which they were then set upon by another group of orc skirmishers. A battle ensued, in which we killed them, we established a bit of trust, and we talked to their lieutenant, who then had us go back and talk to the captain after we gave him some information describing the figure known as Tailspike, or the Snake of North and South. We talked to the captain a bit, established the information that we knew and our purpose and why we were here. And he was offering to get us safely south if we would help be bait in a little trap against Tailspike, I believe. And kind of that discussion was where we left off, talking about would we do this, would we not? We were leaning on we would, and how we would do this. We'll find out in this coming session.
Wow.
Alrighty.
Truly the most superior summary ever. Truly accurate.
Truly the vaguest. No detail. No names.
Well, it's a summary.
It is a summary. Alrighty. Yes, that's where we left off.
Where's all my HP? What the fuck?
I don't know. I don't think you've had a chance to fully heal since the encounter. Since
right.
You did take a lot of arrows. Anyway, so yeah, we had left off with the general of Remshin army constituent. General.
Whoa.
Seeing
cutting out.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Off to a great start. All I did was look at a word.
Damn.
Dude, why my computer some cheeks, bro? Okay, so pull that up, then that up, then that up. All right, cool. Please stop cutting out. I have to have like specific layers of stuff on one on top of Discord on top of another. Anyways, and with an offhand comment, General Bronginson had jokingly asked if you had wanted to act as bait, Sebastian, and you guys had considered it seriously, and I guess said yes. So here we are.
Oh, God.
The portly general, fair-skinned, bald head, long, gruff, almost Santa Claus-esque white beard, looks at you all with a stern eye, you especially, Sebastian, and his gaze sweeps the group of you. He goes, "Are you serious?"
Well, we didn't do that bad in our last encounter, and I think we stand a shot with you lot.
Well, I'm sure fighting some immortal being might be better with an army at your back if you could call us one.
Most definitely.
Well, if you're serious about this, best get your rest. I'll have Christoph show you quarters. We'll figure out this planning thing in a moment. I have to consider some things.
And with a wave of his hand, he puts both his hands back around, grasping both his hands behind his back, and he turns and begins looking back at this big map that's kind of zoomed in on the north western region that you guys are currently in, of where Remsha, the hinterland, and Zamria all meet. He seems to pay you no attention, and you hear Kristoff kind of behind you all, and opens up the tent flaps for you with a small smile, gestures for you all to exit.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's, I guess, went better than expected. You're serious? You want to stay?
It could be a nice break for us, in a way.
A break.
Well, the Feywild doesn't, you don't have to go back right now.
Right. But, at first this wasn't our problem. Then we hear about Tailspike, and now it's our problem.
All right, we're familiar.
Is it though?
Yes.
What?
Valor was like, is it though? Is it a problem?
You seem to have taken a personal interest in the activities of immortals.
Called it a
Mm.
hunch.
Hmm.
Well,
Uh,
here, I thought our problems were big.
From the very beginning, since we've been hanging out, we've been coming across them in wells and other such places.
He frowns at that. Well, who am I to judge? Here, come with me. Let me show you to your quarters. I suppose you've kind of been shuffled into our company, so that works, I suppose. We are the first company. Well, it's not first company. So it's the only company of skirmishers, at least that our battalion holds. There are 3 platoons, one of them of which you had met, actually. That was led by Lieutenant Caprasius. I believe it's probably best if you stay as a detachment with them. I mean, the men seem to be more familiar with you all than you would be with any others, unless you have any other preferences.
Makes sense to me.
Right. Go ahead and follow me. He begins leading you through this well-organized camp. With the large command tent in the center and the different pavilions around, you do see these other collections of tents. Often one corner towards the front really makes up where you guys had walked in. were a series of larger tents and smaller ones around there, and a couple of other like facilities and pavilions and just kind of shacks and stuff that had been set up, that had consisted of men and women in that breastplate and leather armor, with the helmets kind of similar to the Unsullied in a way. It's got like a long back to it, almost like wearing a baseball cap backwards. It's like that kind of style of like head plate that goes over the neck, and then they've got a faceplate with large holes in the eyes. That's kind of a similarity to the faceplate of the Unsullied that they can like flip up. And that's really just without limiting the vision you kind of gather, but also offering at least some semblance of protection to the face. You gather that these folks carrying the shields, the tower shields, swords at their belts, and spears in their hands, are most likely the infantry. These all had made up the front tents, at least a couple of them. You realize that you begin to start making out these markings on the tents. You begin to gain a little bit of a lay of the land, if you will. The large tents, the ones with the folks with the shields and spears and swords, all have this marking where it's a singular sort of chevron, and on that chevron is a symbol of a shield and a spear crossing. And you realize, kind of looking around, there's one on each corner of this sort of general blob square that the camp kind of makes up to a degree. It's not a perfect square, obviously. You don't have a bird's eye view, but it begins to make sense as you're navigating through these places. You're led to more of it's still an interior part of this camp. It's still further out away from the command tents, but you're led to one where you can see one large tent with a chevron, and then that needle-like spear, and a couple of smaller ones. And there's ones that are labeled with numerals. Well, one with 1, another with 2, another with 3. You realize these probably mark the platoon tents. And Kristoff leads you off to the one marked with 1. Flips up the tent and tent flap, and has you all enter in. And as you enter in, there's bunks around. It's all very well, neatly kept. The ground is underneath. There's no like tarp floor or anything like that. And all the men stop for a moment as they watch these rather odd figures entering into their platoon tent. But the moment Captain Kristoff steps in behind you all, you hear one of them shouts, "Lord Captain!" And then they all stand at attention, and then Kristoff just at ease, and they all resume back to kind of what they were doing. And you see Caprasius makes his way from the back end of the tent towards you all, and Kristoff goes, "Lieutenants, we've talked to the general, and they're going to be staying with your platoon. Make sure to treat them like you would any other soldiers, but perhaps a bit nicer. They're going to be a sort of, I guess, special asset until deemed otherwise. They're going to be aiding us in whatever capacity that they can, and we're going to be aiding them as well. Mission details to be determined. We'll be having commanders meeting soon. I expect you at that tonight." Yes, sir, understood, my lord. He nods. Please familiarize yourself with your men. Don't be strangers to myself. If I have the time to spare, I will certainly make time for you. I'm off to go figure out logistics and other such rubbish. So, enjoy your stay at our base camp, I suppose. As dry as a military camp can be. And he nods to Caprasius, who gives him that salute where he just brings up his forearm straight up, and then bows with it, like a real curt bow. Kristoff nods to him, turns and leaves the tent. And you can almost feel the just the relaxation hit all the men suddenly as the Lord Captain apparently exits the tent. And then immediately you can hear like banter and laughing and some shouting around in the tent from mostly men, maybe 1 or 2 women inside the tents. Mostly all in Remshin, but Caprasius looks at them all and looks at you and So, you ever been to a military barracks before?
Can't say I have.
Nope.
Nope. Not
It
in
should be a
recent
fun
memory.
experience. Of course, you could call this a military. He kind of shrugs a moment. So, I could show you to your bunks. Not quite sure just exactly what I can do with you here. We do trainings at certain times. Unless you're wanting to do your own thing, I assume that whatever meeting is going to be happening in the evening is going to have you in it, probably with the other Lord Captains. But, you know, perhaps I should introduce you to some of the men, show you your bunks. And he starts walking you down through the tents. It's kind of long. They're all these big rectangular tents in basic sort of military barracks, if you will, tent barracks meant for being set up quickly and being taken down and moved quickly as well. Same with the bunks. The bunks are more like these cots than anything else. And all the men are kind of running around in various states of undress. A lot of them look. You've seen. Yeah, you've seen Castellander, at least like the law keepers mostly, but you had seen a few of the Reichsguard when you were in Kriegsende, and they seemed a lot more prim and proper in a way, almost regal and stately, always in uniform, always with this military-esque bearing no matter where they went. Except for, of course, the couple of law keepers you guys had seen off duty, but they were off duty. These gentlemen don't look like what you would first assume to be soldiers. If anything, they're more of a motley crew. In fact, for a couple of guys who are meant to be skirmishers, people meant to be quick and fast, there's a couple of guys with a bit of a belly. And also, what's weird is, for folks who are apparently meant to run up to enemy lines or just outside the reach, toss some javelins and go. There's like one that's missing an eye. It's very strange. But, Caprasius is like introducing you to a couple of the guys that you pass by. Like, oh, this is Gorm, this is Joseph. Cotton's back over there. I wouldn't talk to them. He likes to talk about philosophy, and he will not shut up unless you actually walk away or threaten him with violence. There's Halvor, there's Mykin, who he gestures to like one of maybe 3 females in the whole platoon, who just gives this scowl, and you see she's got this very big like scar that goes like from the around her ear down to like her lip, and it just splits in this ugly split with the scar. And she just gives this big old scowl. But eventually he leads you towards the back of the barracks, away from the flap that you had entered into, and shows you guys 4 simple cots. They are spaced a little bit further away from the rest of the troops, whose cots are all rather tightly quartered, pretty close. It's a weird bit of separation. You kind of notice not only are you in camaraderie a bit separated from these folks you don't really know, but also physically. And though there's a little bit of joking around in Remshin in the background that you can hear in the din of conversation on this base, there are a couple of downcast faces and a couple of cots that are empty of all belongings.
Orloff, no.
God, so sad.
So, there are your cots. Food, the lunch bell will ring around midday. Otherwise, you're going to have to dip into whatever rations you have, or we've been keeping it kind of tight. We got the last of our supply shipment before we left from our last staging place. So, in other words, we're kind of on our own.
Oh my.
but yep, make yourselves at home. Any questions or any means of way I can be in assistance to you, don't hesitate to ask. You're the first friendly folks we've met out in these godforsaken woods in weeks since we've been out here. So
I have a question. How long
sure.
have you guys been like in this spot fighting this exact like group of people?
What do you mean, our battalion?
Yeah.
Well, we set out from Yitvyol about, I want to say, 2-3 weeks ago, and arrived here maybe a week and a half ago. Um, I'm sure you might have seen a map or something over the command pavilions, but we're pretty much right outside of actual national boundaries, or so So I've heard. When it comes to the hinterland, it's all messy. It's more of a frontier than it is anything else. So we've been out here in a while, and that's maybe the fourth battle that we've actually managed to fight with that group. So
Okay.
our numbers have been cut down. I think we set out with, that's how many was it? Right over 1,000 men. And I think we've lost 250 killed. That's not counting wounded.
Right. Do you have any idea how big their forces are, like, and in comparison to yours?
Well, Cotton. One of the men stops. His fiery red hair, really scraggly, like beard. Like he's trying to grow it in, but not quite. It's just not working. It's super patchy. He stops what he's doing and looks as, yeah, Lieutenant. What was the scouting report? The last one that our fast platoon did. Thanks for a moment. Oh, the one where they lost about half the platoon. Yeah, that one. Numbers say maybe 2,000 nearest, at least due northwest. Right, thank you.
Oh
So
my god.
there's that. And that's not all of them. I mean, there are
Really?
no.
Oh.
We're just we've been sent on a mission to regain our advanced camp, sort of a forward operating base, if you will. One that's been set into sort of the hinterland in Zambria. And we're retaking it essentially because it's been overrun. It's been a push and pull fight as far as long as I can remember, ever since I've been in the army.
Okay. And do you have like any healers, even like non-magical?
Oh, there's a surgeon. We have a surgeon and a couple of his orderlies. Hrethel. Yeah, Hrethel. He's with the 4th Infantry. With Lieutenant Vidar, and I think we had some clerical healers too, led by I think they're ran by Yvonne.
Ooh.
Some Lady Halcyon sect. So
Okay, yeah, I need to meet with them.
they should be towards the interior. You know how to read the markings on the tents, right?
No.
Right. Basically, look for if it's infantry, it's a shield and a spear crossing. Okay, and then there should be a number on there. If it's number 4, that means it's the 4th Infantry's tent. That's where you want to look for.
Okay.
And then if you're looking for the medical tents, those should be near it, and they'll have a blue heart with the golden wings.
Okay, I will look for that.
Right.
You said there were training times?
Yes. We train early in the morning when we can. And that's usually more just keeping up strength. Um, cardio, things like that. And then towards the evening, we do weapons training and sparring.
I've interest in sparring. I need to stay up to date with the type of fighting this far north, get an idea of what we're working with here.
Well, should I mean, would you be operating with us on the battlefield?
Absolutely.
Uh, that would be interesting. I mean, are you wanting to train with us? I mean, we're skirmishers. Probably, perhaps more your style, a bit hit and run.
That or some of the heavy infantry fighting different types of foes helps.
I think they might be flattered if they ever heard you call them heavy infantry. Don't have any heavy battalion, friend. No, it's some might say a Remston army without heavy infantry is a doomed army, and indeed we are a doomed battalion.
We'll see.
That we will. That we will.
Do you have any signals or drummed out commands or trumpet or any musical commands of nature that would be useful to learn?
There's a few that use drums and horns. They that's kind of a general widest spread tactics. Everything else is typically platoon focused. I mean, you were up on the reg, so you got a good look at the battlefield. The lord captains and lieutenants will usually handle anything more specific like that. The Iron Bear will sound trumpets or drums to indicate what sort of tactics or movements we need to make, and the specifics are handled by the men on the ground. I can certainly run you through a couple of those if you're interested.
Sure. And also, I guess this is a question for our later meeting, but on our mission, it might be useful to know how to call for aid if things go bad. Or anything of that sort.
I think that might be able to be arranged. We might have to get you a horn or something. That loot on your back isn't going to do much.
No, it's not as boisterous.
Well, if you got a pair of lungs on you, I'm sure you might be able to make do with a basic. We'll see what we can get you, friends. Any other concerns?
Nope, not personally.
No.
Do you feel like at any point they are going to come here to attack, or is it more like you guys go out and fight there?
To be honest with you, it's a complete coin toss. We've been ambushed 3 times since we've made base here.
Okay. Ambushed like at the camp.
Yeah, and so one of the men, as he's walking by, he's like, ambushed like running out with a shield and spear while in your underpants, kind of ambushed.
Oh my god. Okay.
Needless to say, the sappers have been doing their best to enforce the camp, but we're due to be moving soon, so only so much we can do without making it permanent. Right. So, let me see if I can get you that horn, friend. And he kind of puts a hand on your shoulder and starts walking out towards the flap of the tent.
We greatly appreciate it.
Alrighty. I just realized we've been doing this whole thing without music.
Yep.
So, what you guys doing?
Well, I'm gonna go find the healer's tent.
Okay. And Taz is off to go learn some battle drums and such. So Sebastian and Valora, what are you guys wanting to do?
What time of day is it?
Roll a nature check.
Woohoo!
Do first roll.
Crit fail! I don't know shit about dick.
No.
Oh, the sun's in the sky, so it's day.
Valor, do you know what time it is?
Let me see. Do I know what time it is?
Sure. Make your nature check. Cause why not? You can probably gauge a little bit better. It's probably afternoon at about this point.
Little afternoon.
You guys had made out by morning from your last encampment, came across the battle, fought for your lives, and then came to the camp here. So it's probably about afternoon.
Okay.
Oh my god.
What?
Please say it, JB.
No.
Say it.
You said made up by morning, and we just talked about Valor and Sebastian, so I was like, hee hee hee.
Lord,
Haha, go into battle with me? Unless. I'm like, alright, I'm going to roam the camp, see what kind of units we're working with here. I spent a bit of time helping my father organize some merchant guards, so not a tactical genius, but if I know what we're working with, it couldn't hurt.
Okay. And Valor, what are you doing?
I'm going to sit on a cot and sharpen all of my daggers. And then I want to find something to throw them at.
Okay.
a picture of Tailspike.
It's like a cardboard. It's like a really shittily drawn cardboard cutout of her face with her stupid eye patch and her stupid rictus grin.
She has an
Put
eye
it
patch?
on a hay dummy.
Forgot about
Alright.
the eye patch.
So did I.
Now we know she has an eye patch.
Oh, I mean, you knew she had an eye patch, but yeah.
She has weaknesses.
She lacks 50% of her peripheral vision. Quick, get her on her left side.
Flanker.
Flank her. Okay. Easy enough. The rest of your friends separating out to go explore the various parts of this base camp, Valora. You sit down on your newly claimed cot while the rest of the first skirmishers go about their business within their barracks. Some leaving, some going, plenty talking. You can see a few are sitting down, facing each other on their cots, and the one that's facing in your direction as they're talking in hushed whispers, the eyes keep darting back over to you as you pull out your whetstone and begin sharpening your mundane dagger and your dagger of redress. And as
I've also got a ton of throwing daggers to sharpen.
That is true. Needless to say, you're rather preoccupied for a good part of the afternoon. But as you get to the dagger of redress, the ornate handle, each time you sharpen, your hand grips tighter and tighter, and you feel your own fingernails digging into the palm of your hand. Each scrape with a whetstone is more staccato, aggressive, as you begin to recall each and every slight that really you've experienced in really the last couple of days. You realize, the Fae are infuriating with their perfect looking beautiful selves, but that nasty, ugly way of just speaking down to you in a way that almost sounds like they're not speaking down to you. It's infuriating. It's frustrating. You remember all the times these offhand comments from Sebastian or Ophelia. The time, sure, they were in jest, but some of that kind of hurt. And you thought they were your friends. Friends don't say stuff like that, right? Ah, yes, and Triss. Hate that bitch.
Triss, worst of
I
all.
do.
You're not entirely sure what it was that Triss did that earned your ire. You just know that you really don't like her. Regardless,
That's what you just said about the Fae talking down to you.
No, not Sebastian. Taz. Caprasius leads you out towards a couple of collection of tents. And you can see there's a couple of plenty of wagons. In fact, you realize there's a couple of circled up wagons. And the horses are probably nearby, at least a few of them. You don't see as many as you think it might take to, move all this kinds of stuff. Perhaps they're off being grazed out in the forest nearby. But Caprasius leads you up to this one pavilion where there's a couple of crates and this plain wooden plank board across these two crates, and a small stool where there's this armored female, dark raven hair, a little bit of a scar that curls through the eyebrow and where the hair is missing there. And she's got this kind of ugly snarl to her face. And Caprasius walks up, all smiles, etc. He goes, Karina. This is our friend Taz. Taz, this is our quartermaster Karina. Looks you up and down. He's hairy. Yes, he's hairy. But apparently he's looking for some horns. Do we have any to spare? She looks at you, Taz, without looking at Caprasius. He's already got 2. And Caprasius going, nervous laughter. She's a quartermaster. Those bitch, did she? He's a musician. He knows how to play these horns, right? And kind of nudges you.
Of course, I can play many an instrument. I could give you a demonstration.
She leans back in this low to the ground stool where it looks more like she's squatting over the ground than anything else. And she leans back up against a crate behind her and crosses her arms. Go ahead, I'd love to see you make a fool of yourself.
With a horn? Or,
No, try the lute first. I want to see you do that.
Well, this is my best instrument. I'll have to warn.
I mean, if you want to try the horn, sure.
Nah.
Have her. Get in the horn. And one of them kind of orderly looking individuals perks up from this massive boxes and crates behind. Is right away, and ducks back down. And then a moment later, he comes out with this kind of a curled ram's horn. It's not too big, but hands it over to you. You realize it has no I don't know what they're called. none of the holes like on a flute or something to like change key, etc.
Mhm.
It's just a straight hollowed out horn that curves a little bit.
Ah, yes. Many a time I've played such a horn.
Yeah, go ahead and make your performance with it.
So, since I'm not proficient with this instrument, I would just do charisma plus jack of trades. if I'm
Yeah,
correct.
you don't get to use your proficiency bonus.
Your jack of all trades is a 7? Oh
My charisma's a 5, and jack of trades is half my proficiency, which is 2. Coming in hot with a 5.
Kind of talk yourself into it. Put your lips to the horn. Hold it up. And you get a little bit of a blast out there. But you can see Caprassi just kind of winces physically, and Karina just looks at you with this blank face while the orderly nearby, that Halvor, just kind of like puts his fingers into his ears.
I have to admit, this horn's a little different. But, it wasn't bad.
I thought you said that you could play any. You were really good at playing the.
I'm gonna give her a scowl and pull up my lute and play it. And I roll a 3. Amazing.
What?
I am going to
This happens
off.
literally every fucking time I perform. I just have to bitch right now. Every time I roll below 5, and it's like okay, but not anymore. I'm pissed.
Okay, buddy. Mr. rolls a 3 and gets a 16.
I'm not mad.
That's so dumb.
Should be a 30.
Plus 13. Good God. Alright, well, you strum that lute. You strum it good. Any particular song or a little ditty in mind from your little collection so far?
I'll do that drunken sailor one I learned down in Castellan.
A nice classic, though something that seems a bit unusual to these landlocked Remshans. But it's got a nice beat to it, and they kind of seem to nod along. Karina's seemingly not as impressed, but her outside cold demeanor seemed to melted a little bit. Alright, fine. You can play the lute. So what do you need these horns for anyways, Caprasius? Well, he's actually going to be a part of our platoon. They're going to be doing some special stuff as per orders under the Iron Bear. So he was wondering if he could get his hands on something in order to call for help. Just kind of scowls. So, supplies is not doing so well, right? I have to be extremely stingy with all of our things. I can't just go handing out instruments of war, communication devices left and right, especially. I know, but it would help us a lot if you could totally give us one of the horns. Please.
Pretty please.
I can't just hand them out to strangers, Caprasius.
But I'm on a top secret mission for the general.
Top secret? If it's top secret, why would you need a loud horn?
To call for reinforcements when it inevitably goes awry.
If it goes awry, you're not really good at your job now, are you?
Listen, we have a meeting this evening, in which I'll probably be mandated a horn. Maybe 5. But if you give me one now,
5 horns.
it'll just be easier.
Make a
I'll
persuasion.
do a little something.
Little Johnny
No.
5 horns over here.
I'll cast a
You might
little
even give me 5.
prestidigitation and have a little snow lily pop into my hand.
Okay. Go ahead and make your persuasion roll. Hey, 21.
Yeah.
She raises the scarred eyebrow and means I don't have to look at your hairy face. Fine. She jerks a thumb at Halvor, who promptly gives you back the horn. Goes, don't lose it. It's Ramshin property. I'll know. With a huff, she just leans back and just pretends like you're not there.
I'll gently place the flower down on her little plank stool area and be like, well, I am tempted to lose it, because then I'd have to see you again. And I'll give her a wink and waltz away.
Oh. You walk away, Capras is just like, what the fuck? And you can hear Karina just behind you. Alrighty. Ophelia. Make an investigation check for me, please.
Oh.
See if you can't find these little tents.
Help!
Oh, no.
You find yourself wandering in circles. You're like, every tent looks the same.
I try to just stop a random person that's walking around.
Okay, you stop one of the soldiers walking by. Yes, how can I help you?
Excuse me, I need help finding the healer's tent. Can you show me there, please?
Right, it's... You know what the symbols look like, right? You know how to read the symbols?
Yes, but I still can't find it.
Okay. You're going to... He just gives you, just walk all the way over to where you see this tent, stop, take a right, and go over till you see this other symbol. Once you've seen that, take a left, blah, 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 blah. Eventually you get there. It takes you way longer than you needed, than it probably should have. And by the time you get there, you realize, you've probably walked this whole camp in a circle, maybe 3 times.
Oh, so annoying.
But you do find the tent. There are a couple of smaller ones. A few of the pavilions nearby, crates around, etc. And they all have the marking of the blue hearts and the golden wings.
Alright, this is Lady Halcyon, right?
Yes, that is a symbol of Daya,
Oh, it's Daya!
who's also the Lady Halcyon.
I know her!
I know him.
So I'm gonna go into one of them and be like, hello, are there any clerics in here?
Okay. You walk in and you realize nobody's paying attention to you. You say that out loud, and nobody seems to look at you at all. In fact, you realize, of course, it's because you're greeted with the sight of several of these raised cots filled with men and women injured at some degree. You can hear the groans of the wounded, the cries of those currently in agony. And you can see bloody bandages all over a couple of crates, a couple of stools nearby. You can see these a couple of other soldiers with armbands that have that blue heart and golden symbol or golden wings on, and kind of running around. There's some still in the battle dress, and others that have like the breastplate's been taken off. A couple of articles of clothing have been removed so that they can be taken care of. Most of them are bandaged. It's been some time since the battle, but you are seeing quite a lot of like blood and gore to an extent, and in a context that you're not super used to. It has been a while. Perhaps the last time you've seen something maybe similar to this was, I think, if you had gone to the places where they were taking care of the wounded back on Keiru.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if you had actually gone in there or not.
I feel like I was near that area, but anyways, I want to make a quick count and see how many injured people are in here.
Right now, from what you can see, there's maybe 30. There's 15 on either side of the cots, and you can see that they are all filled. Not all of them are actively being tended to by a medic of some sort. Most seem to be stabilized, but still in pain, not doing so hot. You can see the back of one individual wearing what looks like a white dress shirt, and the sleeves have been rolled up, and a silvery hair that's been slicked back. And you can see two of the other soldiers wearing those same armbands are currently not next to him. And one is holding this kind of a bundle of tissues. And one hand is full of these bloody tissues, and the other they're clutching a bunch of other tissues, not tissues, bandages to their chest. While another one is holding a small little grate that you see the man in the white shirt is pulling tools out of. There's two others across from him on the other side of the cot that are holding down whatever person is caught currently being operated on.
Oh no!
Finally,
surgery.
Finally, one of the orderlies stops and sees you, and he goes, "Excuse me, ma'am. This it's no place for it's. Who are you? What are you doing here?"
I'm cleric. I need to talk to your head cleric. It's important.
Looks behind you. Is who let you in here?
What do you mean? Listen, it's okay. I'm gonna cast Mass Healing Word.
Okay.
So I'm gonna cast it in quick succession, twice.
All right.
So that's 12 people.
Damn. Alrighty. That's about all of them.
Absolute flex.
Just
Big
trying
ol'
to get
flex.
someone's attention and just calm the area.
Why is
Okay.
this person here? Bitch, let me
Is the
show
three
you.
is the 3d4 casting it twice
that's,
or
that's for one time. So let me.
Okay. Go ahead, cast the other one. Let's see how much healing you can pull off.
Ooh.
All right.
up.
Not bad. You can see the haggard expressions and body language of those nearest to you begin to perk up and regain some element of health back. I mean, the bandages still have blood on them, etc., but a lot of the smaller wounds and some of those with maybe major ones look to be in much better shape. And the moment you cast them, positive energy flourishes through the tent. You can see all the heads of those around operating on this one individual stop and snap back towards you. And the gentleman turns, looks, and goes, "What was that? Was that you?"
Yes. I was just trying to help.
What else can you do?
Oh, lots.
Come over here, help me with this. The guy who stopped, he's like, and just is looking at the other soldiers on the cot. A couple of them are sitting up now, and one of them that's had this kind of bandage wrapped around sort of the side of his face and whatnot, pulls it off real quick. And though the bandage is pretty bloodied, there is not but the faint light or faint line of a scar kind of across the cheek. And he kind of touches it incredulously.
Ah, look at that. You're back to being totally handsome.
Big flex.
You approach sort of the one being operated on, and the man also seems rather tired and haggard, the one doing this sort of surgery. And you can see actually it's one of the individuals you immediately can see on his shoulder. The guy that's being operated on is those chevrons and the javelin symbol, the needle-like spear. and you recognize the face. You don't know the name, but you had seen this face back when you guys were on the ridge and you got attacked. This is probably one of the skirmishers that was with you guys that got peppered with arrows. And as you look at him, you can see there's maybe 2 or 3 shafts that are mostly broken, but still poking out, and they had pulled one, and there's an arrow that's kind of on the cot off to the side that the arrowhead is just this awful barbed looking thing. You can tell pulling it out had probably done even more damage than when it had gone in, just the way that they were designed.
Oh yeah. Do you guys want me to just heal him?
If you can, by all means, but you're going to have to time this right, okay? He looks at the others. If you heal him now, it's going to close over the arrowheads, and that's not what we want. And we have to pull these out. That's right. Nils, this is going to hurt. And the guy is just, and like leans. One of the orderlies, you can see, looks at you, looks at the surgeon, and looks back at you and nods with this like, oh shit, time to get ready. And before, when he was like had his hands kind of down pressed on the guy's chest, he kind of puts his whole forearm on him and leans down on it, putting a little weight on his chest. The one holding the bandages kind of balls one up and sticks it into the guy's mouth. And then the other one that was helping to hold him down, surgeon, each with 2 hands per shaft, grab hold. They look at you. Right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And they both pull it and yank. Go ahead and roll whatever healing spell you're using for this.
Oh, I cured wounds at 2nd level.
Okay, but they pull it and immediately just... And then a little bit of blood spatter, and you can hear almost the flesh rip, and just the guy just crying into like his mouthpiece. But you cast Heal Wounds, and you watch the light emanate out, and the tissue begin to just quickly re-net just a little bit. Scars are left, and the bleeding is stopped. But it's just enough to do repair a little bit of the damage.
Okay.
And as he kind of moves a little bit as much as he can, just a natural reaction to the pain as the one guy's trying to hold him down. One of the arrow holes, the little bit of scar tissue that had tried to re-knit, but not quite. There's not just enough healing. Opens back up and it starts to bleed a little bit more, but it's nothing serious. And they immediately stuff that with bandages. And the surgeon kind of puts both hands down on the cot and just lets his head hang for a moment. I appreciate it. If he hadn't been here, I don't think he would have lived.
Haha. Yeah, I want to help you guys, and I have some plans about how to do it so that we can save more lives.
Okay, he looks around. There's no place to talk about this right now. Come with me. And he walks over to a barrel nearby that's filled with water and puts his hands in and starts scrubbing at all the blood and whatnot. You can see the white dress shirt that he was wearing, collared, sleeves rolled up, is absolutely stained with blood. There's nothing at all bar a magical item made for this instant. Nothing but Clorox could ever probably clean out all this blood in here. But he washes off his arms and his hands and shakes his hands real quick to get off any excess water and leads you out of the tent to a nearby pavilion just kind of on the outside. There's a small table with some horn like cups sitting there drinking horns on it, and there's a lady in these bluish robes with gold lining that's sitting there kind of slumped with her head resting in one of her hands.
Hello, I say to her.
She does not respond. In fact, she
Oh,
seems to
gosh.
be deep asleep.
Oh, okay.
He looks at her for a moment. I've always envied Yvonne's ability to sleep in any position.
Oh,
Never
it's
had that
Yvonne.
privilege. Yes, she's resting. She's been tapped of spells.
Relatable.
So, ways to better heal. I'm all ears. We only have one cleric right now, so
Okay. So, here's my idea. I was hoping that there would be more than one other cleric because this idea involves lots of cleric components such as oil and incense and stuff like that. I don't know if you guys use that.
that's for cleric stuff.
Yeah.
Just oil and incense doesn't sound like a recipe for holy things.
Oh, well, clearly you don't know. But anyways, I'll forgive you for that. But so I can make like a holy spot that could be the safe space for anyone who is injured, and it's permanent, and nothing evil can enter it, and you can't take damage in certain ways. You can't you're full of courage, and you can even dead bodies can't be turned into undead bodies, and things can't teleport inside. And it's actually silent, so the enemies couldn't even hear you inside, and you can communicate in any language with each other. Isn't that wonderful?
At this point, he sat down and he took a long pull, watching you as you rambled on about whatever the spell could be. And he sets the drinking horn down and looks at you with these very, very tired eyes. It all sounds like a bunch of horseshit to me, but if you can pull it off, I'm not going to say no. Lightens my workload.
Yeah, exactly. And I will need a day, but it will be the perfect safe working space. And even if this whole camp is ambushed, nothing could touch your healing area.
And how much space, how much ground would it take up?
Well, not that much. But I could cast it again if I had the supplies. But if I spend one day focusing, it'll be 60 feet.
I suppose 60 feet's better than no feet.
That's like, I don't know, you could fit 60 people in 60 feet.
Well, it adds...
Well, it's
You're not wrong.
It's a circle, so I guess, a whole radius of 60 feet. Oh, wait, so it's actually more than 60 because it's in a circle?
Radius is half a circle, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it's 120 feet across.
Okay, cool. So yeah, it's actually bigger. It's like 120 feet of space.
It's by no means a safety bubble around the whole camp, but I'll take it. What do you need for this sort of spell, and who are you?
Oh, my name's Ophelia. I'm a cleric of Nyala, and I know the bad guys,
What was with that laugh?
so I'm invested.
Sure, well, the name's Hrethel. I am the surgeon, of the Remshan army here, I suppose. He gestures his arms.
Alright, well,
The only one in this doomed battalion, but you know what? It's what loyalty gets you.
That's a lot of work for you.
Yes, it is. It's a lot of work for me and one cleric. But I do what I can. And with the All-Mother, he looks up at the sky a moment, is sending somebody to help us out. I'm not going to say no.
Yay! Well, I kind of need to talk to Yvonne to see if she has any incense, because if she doesn't, we can't do this.
Oof.
Yvonne, I think, is going to need her rest. She's been basically blowing as much magic as she can, taking as much rest as possible, blowing more magic to make sure that, everyone can be taken care of. It's quite exhausting work, I imagine. Just waking up, using up all your energy just to go back to sleep and then do it all over again.
Terrible.
Well, some days I curse all my guests for not granting me the ability to draw on the weave, and some days I bless him. I think one of these, at least today, might be leaning a little bit more on cursing, but regardless, I'll see what we can do. When she's awake, I will see if I can't get a hold of you. Perhaps send one of my orderlies. Which tent are you staying in?
Platoon 1.
Of which company?
The company.
I'll find you.
I was with Captain.
Right, the captain. Sure. I'll find you.
Okay.
As you turn to go, he grabs your arm real quick, and Ophelia, I've just met you, but thank you. You've given Yvonne a chance to really just rest. And he puts a hand on the sleeping woman's shoulder and gives you a nod of thanks.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, a kiss?
Alrighty. Sebastian, what are you doing? What were you looking for again? You're looking army stoof?
Yeah, army stoof.
Okay, what kind of army stoof are you looking for?
Looking to see, they said we had about 750 working troops, right?
Around there, yep.
Alright, and the enemy had at least 1,000 in the force that they were fighting.
Closer to 2,000 from what they could guess from the last scouting bits that they had done.
Okay. I'm gonna walk around the camp, making note of the different types of soldiers they have, as well as the training areas where they might be.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check for me. It's easy enough to walk around and look at these things, but let's see what all you can gather from what you can see. What information do you synthesize? Yes. All right. So an 18, not bad, not bad. The battalion that is residing here is divided up in, like I said, sort of a big old square. And on the furthest corners, on the outside of the square, which makes sense, are the infantry. The infantry all have little smaller detachments of individuals that, some of them look to be like sappers. They're working with tools, and a couple of the guys you can see having the same emblem that was on their tent are working on some of the basic defenses of the base camp, like earthen walls, some like pointed sticks in the ground pointing outwards, etc. Anything to break, perhaps like a cavalry charge that might come through and try to sweep away the whole, bit of the tent. The infantry you gather is made up of just men using tower shields, spears, and swords. There's the skirmishers, which are like a mobile light infantry. which are the guys that you're with that are kind of close to the interior in one corner, who are using javelins and lighter weapons. They're all lightly armored, no shields, no breastplates, nothing like that. Just the leather and boots, basically. The other small detachment outside of the healer corps and the sappers are crossbowmen, and there seems to be only one company. There's you can guess pretty easily, I would say. It's one company of skirmishers, 4 companies of infantry, and then 1 company of crossbow. And then you've got kind of the command tent, and that's really about all you're looking at. And it seems like a lot being in the midst of the tent, or in the midst of the camp. But, counting it all, and really just getting a good look at them and hearing the number, 2,000, and that's just an estimate of like what was seen, the odds are not looking great for this little battalion.
All right.
But that is what you can muster. There is a small little training area by each of the major concentrations for each company. Kind of some dirts, not really pits, but like areas where they've got dummies set up, and some other little like parading grounds where they can practice formations, stabbing each other. For the skirmishers, they've got their own bits. It's similar to the crossbowmen, where they're just working on their aim, throwing javelins, firing the crossbows, being able to do volleys in quick succession. The skirmishers have some other bits set up where they can practice throwing on the go, moving in real quick and getting out, and like kind of doing suicides, except you're throwing spears instead of touching the line. Kind of stuff like that. But each one has like their own little mini training ground nearby where a couple of soldiers at a time might be able to on it. There is a major parades ground closer to the interior near the command tents where the whole battalion can form up, right where the general resides before they move on out to go off and do whatever.
All right, I'll sort of nod to myself as I'm scanning all this in.
Alrighty. Is there anything else you guys are wanting to do before the evening comes by and your meeting with the general comes about?
I just want to tell you guys my plan to like cast Hallow in an area which could be used to like give us an advantage against like an ambush. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it because I need herbs, oil, and incense worth at least 1,000 gold. So it's like I don't even know like how expensive are those things. So then how much would I need? I don't really know.
Let's see.
Cause I have herbs, oils, and incense, but how am I supposed to get 1,000 gold worth of it?
Yeah. That's a lot.
I'll hear
It
my,
is.
like, as you explain, like, the details of the spell, like, Sebastian's eyes will kind of, like, light up. You see him, like, stroke his beard and he'll, like, murmur something under his hand. But other than
What
that,
was that? Like, you guys gotta hear this, listen. So, fiends, like, I can say, like, celestials, elements, fiends, or fae, and undead can't come in the area. They can't charm, frighten, or possess anyone inside. And if you are charmed, frightened, or possessed, once you come inside, you're not that anymore. You can bind someone. No, you can bind an extra effect, like you can't be frightened, or the area is dark, or the area is bright. There's energy protection. There's energy vulnerability. There's everlasting rest, extra-dimensional interference, fear, silence, tongues. There's so many cool things. I want to cast it so bad. Why is it so expensive?
Because it's really good.
Sounds like it'd be
The
helpful
fact it's
for the
permanent's
horseman too.
crazy.
Yeah, it's permanent. I want it. We should actually make like a home base and cast this on it. That would be
Just
so
build our
freaking
Sims
cool.
house.
Oh, in your extra dimensional space, Jippy.
Yeah, I mean, you could put this a lot of places. We had the dosh.
We need it.
Oh man.
I would definitely be practicing with the horn until the evening event.
Okay.
That's it.
Go ahead and make 3 performance checks for me, please. Without proficiency, of course.
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
Holy
Feels
Some
me
good
up.
rolls.
shit.
The horn is my weapon, apparently.
The
loot
horn
up
is
there.
my weapon.
The trash. That's why you always roll a below 5. It just wasn't meant to be. You're gonna change your
Yeah.
instrument.
Just my raw talent makes the loot playable, but this horn is
All the wind instruments. He abandoned his pan flute, so they were spiting him, but now he has returned.
Your affinity for musical instruments and just that natural musical talent is
You're
absurd.
for blowing things.
For the first maybe 5 or 10 minutes of messing with this thing, once you returned back to the barracks, kind of earned you a couple of very aggravated looks from some of the other skirmishers. Son of a bitch. But before long, you had that thing figured out. You had it down to a T, and you didn't think it was possible, but you're able to take a ram's horn and make it sound actually kind of nice.
that's pretty good.
You can get a very clear, strong blast, something like what a war horn truly should sound like. And in fact, you had heard one earlier, probably calling some company, perhaps back to do whatever. You're not quite sure, army stuff. But you decided to toot the old horn just in case to see if you could do it, and dare you say you did it better than that guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
But... Righty.
Should we talk about possibly trying to get some star steel?
let me go find some real quick.
In my other pants.
Should I cast
The
sending?
pants that got
Should I
shredded
cast
by the
sending
horseman.
and ask my daughter?
Yo, we need yo star steel.
That's such a stroll, or not a stroll. I don't know why I said stroll. It's such a troll thing to do.
Just be like, can we borrow it for a short second, and then we'll give you fill in the blank, everybody.
A horn performance.
It's a horny performance.
Ooh.
Ooh. I'm trying to see, in the meantime, when you guys have been doing this, if I could find any sort of prices, perhaps, for thing. There's an an herbalist's tools or kit or something like that. Herbalism kit is like 5 gold pieces, but that doesn't count the cost of the individual. So, I'm trying to find things like oil and incense as well. Hey, a horn costs 3 gold pieces.
Dang, I just stole from the rem shits. You're not getting this shit back.
Nothing for oil, weirdly. Oh no, that's fine. I'll keep looking for now when I can. But regardless, hath ye decided on anything else you'd like to do? Just pass the time before you all meeting.
Gonna write up some notes and draw like a couple of crude sketches.
Of
Stuff.
okay.
Formulate
So
plans.
Maybe I could leave it up to her, like in the message I could say like, is there anything you're willing to like, like what would it take basically for us to borrow the Star Steel? I don't know, this wasn't even my idea and now everyone's just like not saying anything. Whose idea was this?
It was mine.
Well, whenever you decide to make a decision on that. In the meantime, the sun will begin to set and evening will roll around. There is not as much daylight up here in the north, especially in the winter months of which you guys are in, by the way. And before long, you all find yourselves back in the barracks of the first skirmishers platoon. And Kristoff comes in, and the men, of course, stand at attention rather quickly, and he, tells them at ease, comes by, grabs these. So, are we all ready for the meeting?
Yep.
All right.
Wait, first I need to send a message.
Well,
I cast sending
okay.
to my girl,
Which one?
Tallulah.
Cool. You remembered your daughter's name.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say, I am in Remsha. What would it take to borrow your weapon for one day? That's all. No matter what, she now knows where we are. So that's good, everybody.
Rem's just pretty big.
Yeah, Rem's just big. You're right.
I don't know. You guys tend to make some splashes.
Yeah, I kind of figured she just knew anyway.
Silence for a little bit, Ophelia. But you hear the ability to kill gods is worth 1,000 lives over. And that's it.
Is that the first time she responded?
Oh my god, she responded, you guys.
Just be like, can I do you 750?
Can I get about tree fitty?
Yeah, I tell you guys what she said. Pretty annoying response.
Did you tell her where we are?
Yeah, you heard her say what she said in her sentence.
Did you just tell an assassin where we are?
Well, it is an easy way to get the Star Steel.
Kristoff looks extremely confused.
Ophelia! Did you just do that?
Meeting time.
we Well, she would have had to have known in order to give it to us.
She was never going to give you the Star Steel.
She might.
Ever.
She might.
There's
No.
a man
No.
who
Never.
probably shouldn't hear these things. Right here.
Kristoff is wide-eyed and just blinks once.
So, Kristoff, there's this magical
Stop!
weapon.
No. No, Ophelia.
Oh, why can't we tell him?
No!
It's funny you mentioned magical weapons.
Nani.
Perhaps we should get to that meeting.
Oh, yes.
I think that'd be wise.
He literally has Star Steel. We're like, oh, never
We
mind.
found this weird rock laying around.
Alrighty. So, you are led from the tent over back to the command tent. The familiar setting of General Bergenson's large tent focused solely on the job, dedicated to the mission and almost nothing but the mission. And you are not the only ones there. It is not a meeting of you, the party, and the general, but you can see a couple of other figures with a similar amount of chevrons on their shoulders, but differing symbols. Each of them, you gather, probably a captain of some of the other companies. Each standing around, rather relaxed, but regard you all with, some measure of neutrality, suspicion, uncertainty. It's a myriad of expressions, and you can tell that your presence here is one that's not been entirely welcome, and that they're not entirely sure what to do with you. At least these other but Kristoff, opening the flap for you guys, enters in behind you, and afterwards you hear the sounds of boots behind, as you assume some guards have gone to guard the entrance to this tent. The Iron Bear himself, standing with his arms clasped behind his back, regards you all.
Ah, finally. Thought you'd never show up. Perhaps run into the forest. Well, let's get this meeting under the way. So, we,
What?
What? Did I cut out? What?
Yeah.
Oh god. How much did they cut out?
I don't know. I didn't hear that.
So it's like
Okay.
you said so, and then you cut out, and then we
Oh, okay. No, I didn't lose anything then.
So, the captain's leadership of each of my companies is represented here. As you can see, there's not a lot of us. We're not the most... How do I put this? Put together battalion as I would have liked, but given the circumstances, this is what we have to work with. So what do we have to do for Hydra
And the other leadership look at him and nod their heads. So kind of a tense air, the encampment. And you hear the sounds of booted feet and clinking metal come up behind you guys. And the flap opens up. There's a very tall woman in full plate armor and a helmet underneath her arm, and she's got a single pauldron. God damn it. God damn it. A large sword, still a long sword, but it's a bit long for a longsword. It's in this scabbard to where the chains on it that connect it to like her belt are on her back. She walks in. The raven hair with a few streaks of red in it, and very like a serious look on the face, but kind of kind eyes. And Sebastian, you immediately recognize what is the a symbol on that pauldron, a deep blue shield with a silver outlining.
Oh shit!
And she gives a quick Remshin salute to the general, giving a deeper bow than you had seen Caprasius give to his superior. And Stian stops.
So our wayward paladin has finally joined us. Come, Ragnar. We have much to discuss.
And she nods her head and joins the others.
Right, now we're all here.
I'm gonna elbow Sebastian.
I know. I'm like PogChamp.
So we've had a number of interesting things happen in the last couple of days. We managed to fight the orcs in an actual battle engaged by us, the first one we've been able to do in several weeks, which has been a nice change. Minimal casualties given the fact, but casualties were expected. Our mission has not changed. In fact, mission has grown even deadlier. You four, newcomers, if you'd like to explain exactly what you had told me.
Just all the captains and the female paladin look at you.
I elbow Sebastian again.
Oh, right. So, as I'm sure you're all aware, you've heard of rumblings of a being called the Snake of the North and South while fighting the orcs from the hinterland.
They'll nod.
Well, we found her. Goes by the name Tailspike. Rictus grin, eye patch, black hair, long black tail, many spikes. One hard bitch to kill. We believe her to be the demiurge from Orgrim.
Still murmuring in the tongue.
That, for those of you who aren't up to snuff on your mythology, is bad news. We suspect her to have several abilities. She is able to attack with both claws that extend out of her hands, her tail, possible breath attack, uncertain about that. Possible able to fly, not sure with the tail that she has, but very mobile threat, extremely powerful. She has the ability to lifesteal any creature she kills. She is able to sort of suck their energy into her and heal her own wounds.
One of the men speaks up. This is all interesting information, but what does this have to do with us, General? We were sent here to go and capture the advanced camps. The general looks at him.
Lord Captain Dagfin, the Ramhard's Bethia is our number one objective. However, we have reason to believe, as we've suspected, that she's played a role in these orc incursions. And we fear she might be the one in charge, given the information these four have handed to us. Which means she might be a threat we have to handle ourselves regardless.
He kind of swallows at that. And you can see kind of one of the other ones. Not as many chevrons, oddly enough. Just one shy. In fact, the same amount as Caprasius. with the symbol of the arrow, looks around with nervous eyes. Surely going to engage this mythological creature, General. I mean, just the battle we had recently, we've taken losses that we're not going to be able to sustain. I mean, we still have to ration our food. The General,
I know. But if we're ever going to accomplish our mission, we're going to get our honor back, we'll have to do more than the suicide mission.
The others nod. Kristoff goes, so, is there a plan of attack? We've been drafting up plans to go and attack the advanced camp for weeks now. Last scouting mission that we'd sent out had given us a little bit of information at best. I mean, at least 2,000 orcs, and perhaps a couple of other war bands here or there that are out on the periphery that could easily flank us, especially with the few numbers that we have.
I'll sort of like incline my head, like, it's true. From what I've seen of your numbers, we are badly outmanned. But that does not mean victory is impossible.
I would be in agreement. It was not just orc numbers that we'd managed to find. So we've been doing a little bit of research, as you know, General, as you ordered. Well, the scouting mission was more of a success than we had assumed. We think we might have found the tomb of the first Ironblood. And the others kind of... more muttering begins. Even the general seems a bit perplexed and raises a hand to quiet down all the discussion.
Continue, Kristoff.
The tomb, we believe, is just several miles northwest of here, closer to the Zama mountain range. We'd seen a couple of orc encampments nearby, and my men had steered clear as much as possible, but as you know, they suffered 50% casualties, so we best make do with this information. Otherwise, it will have been a scouting mission in vain. You all know the legends. If they're true, and if the orcs don't know about it, that might be something that we could utilize to our advantage, especially if we're going to fight this tail spike, or whatever she is, this demiurge. And it might be something that our friends are looking for as well. As he looks at you guys. General, previously the cleric had sent a sending spell to somebody they know, I suppose, and they mentioned Starsteel, and the bushy eyebrow rises and looks at the four of you.
You know about Orenmir?
Pardon?
About what?
Well, we don't call it that.
What is
No. Orenmir. It's the weapon of the first Ironblood. Rumored to be Star Steel.
Well, that's
How do you spell that?
interesting.
Orenmir?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask him who is the Ironblood.
First Ironblood. Henrigar Heinzen was a ancestor, really, of all of us. The first to be blessed by Bifane, chosen of Maddox, sage of war.
Oh.
In fact, he's the progenitor of Ironbloods, and we did not have the privilege of taking with us. He was a warrior king that, back during the diaspora, legend says had helped carved out a space for the Russians in the new continent. Part of why the enmity between our people so savage.
Wow.
His mace Ornmere is said to be constructed of and forged of some sort of metal from the sky.
A mace, you say? And I'll, look at Ophelia.
I can use those.
Well, we
That's what I saw.
certainly, I think, have aligning interests, if that is true. And we would be happy to investigate.
Truly. The more weapon
We are capable
advantages
of.
we can gain, the better.
Well, the issue with this is, says, his face, Dagfin. The issue with this is, the Orcs have legends about the first Iron Blood as well. I mean, it's an integral part of both of our myths. Surely they might know something about this as well. I mean, if not, they might have just stumbled upon it themselves, too. You said there were encampments nearby that scouts had spotted, and Kristoff nods, looking a little grim. They had, they'd spotted, the scouting platoon, obviously, and had, whittled down their numbers and harried them on the way out. So, needless to say, they did see them, but whether or not they know the location of the tomb remains to be unseen. If we hadn't been able to concretely mark down an entrance to it, however, we might have a rough idea of where it might be.
We can most definitely find it. We've been in tombs before.
Once.
One time.
But yes, we have experience.
Well, it's something.
I do think we need such a weapon if we're to have a chance at Tailspike.
I agree.
Yes, definitely going to need more than one.
What say you, Shield of the North?
He looks at Ragnar. My dear General, you know I'm not a Shield of the North anymore.
You still count in my mind. You quit because of me. They didn't deserve you in the first place.
The Remsen army didn't deserve you. Look, I'm not a huge fan of wielding something belonging to the War King. But if it has to be done, and if it's going to save this battalion and achieve our goal, then I suppose it's something that we can do. We need every advantage that we can get. And I've heard from my... Okay. First of all, I'm not going to answer that. Word from my brothers and sisters down south have not been good. Situation is dire. This is all Malgrim's doing. Then I suppose we do need all the advantages we can get. You'd said that this tail spike, she says, looking at you all, locking eyes with you, Sebastian, having been the one that has been speaking for the group. This tail spike is a demiurge of Malgrim.
Correct.
Do you have any idea why she might be whipping up these orcs in a frenzy? She's been spotted down in the south as well, like I said.
Yes, that's where we saw her. They were readying the warband to enter Asmara.
Do we have any idea for a motive?
I sort of shake my head and like grip my sword just like unconsciously. Like, we tried to buy time for the Asmormons. I killed the war chief, but I couldn't get any information out of them from the time that I spent in their camp.
Ophelia's just like pursing her lips together so hard. Her face is turning purple. She's trying to hold it in.
Just the usual nonsense of reclaiming the homeland.
It doesn't make sense for a demiurge to want to help orcs for nothing, especially if it's just to help them back into the homeland. And she frowns and puts her hands down on the table, kind of leaning on a little bit. The sounds of the plate clinking.
Regardless, if we can pin down a motive, that'd be useful.
Says the general.
If only
If we can pin down a
had
motive.
spy that could speak Orcish.
I can speak Orcish.
If we had a
Wow,
motive,
if only I knew that and made a joke about it.
if we had a motive, we were able to perhaps make this tail spike more predictable.
Well,
I mean,
feel
my
like
guess
she
is
knows this one.
general chaos to usher in some more Dark God shenanigans.
It's possible. That sounds like a very demiurge thing to do.
It might have something to do with the impending apocalypse. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry,
Tinfoil
you
hat.
guys.
Oh no, is Rhythmbot crapping out on us again? Okay. Oh well.
So what do you do if this tail spike shows up?
well, I have a plan. It hinges on several things, so we're going to need a bit of scouting done.
He looks over at Kristoff. Kristoff. It looks a little uneasy, but I have 2 other platoons to spare.
Alright, I'll go into my bag and I'll roll out this crudely drawn map on the table.
Oh my god. Really?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, how soon did you make this? Because I see you put Ragnar's name in there.
I've been keeping the tab open since I've been making my rounds at the camp.
I want to be in the Hallow.
So that's what you were crudely drawing.
Yep, that's what I was sketching.
Oh my
down.
gosh. Crude is an understatement.
When he spells your character's name right. I like it.
So I point to my iconography here, like pointing to the couple of gray lines. Like, ideally, we want to find a choke point, something impassable, like cliffs with forests at the bottom. There, we can hide our crossbowmen from the company and split them up into 3 different platoons. 2 will wait on either side of the path while we draw them in, following, ideally, myself and the main force of the infantry. Then, after we've drawn them into the narrow pass, Ophelia casts Hallow here, up at the entrance, and effectively seal them in.
Unfortunately, casting Hollow takes an entire day, not just an action.
Yeah, so I'd have to plan ahead. Like we're doing now.
If we could
Certain-
pre-place one though, then
You
this
could
could work.
hold the action.
Well,
Yeah.
no, yeah, you could hold the action, but it takes a whole day of concentrating on that spell to have it cast in the first place.
True.
You're hallowing an entire ground, so
But it also doesn't need to be obvious to them. Like if you're worried about like, oh, they're gonna see it.
Hmm.
Like it can be like hidden.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you would be able to, like, concentrate on getting it the entire day, get all your preparation set, and then just hold the final, like, cast.
Yeah.
You think it's possible? I mean, you guys didn't find the tomb, correct? You just theorized it's nearby.
we have reason to believe that it is nearby. Yes. We had a rough estimate of where it might be. My fear is that the orcs might already know or have an idea of where it is and could get there first. But if the activity nearby is any indication, it shouldn't be too difficult to find. It's being able to find it without getting caught is the issue.
Right. Well, if we could get there unnoticed or something of the sort, Ophelia could hollow the entrance, and then they're effectively tail spike can't get in. Oh, but
That's
it does hinge on knowing the place and hoping it's unguarded. So
True.
this
Also, for what I was planning, we don't necessarily need to hallow the entrance, but I just like covering the bases. Ideally, the rest of the remaining infantry would follow in Ophelia for a flank.
if we could have a star still open to drive into Tail Spike's heart. I think
Yes, that would make
that
a
would,
large difference. Yes,
So, I wanted to scout out this place, pin down its location,
yes.
then hollow it to prevent entry. And then what's?
Then secure the mace, was it? And then ideally look for a place to make a stand.
one thing I'm worried about is if Tail Spike or the orcs know of this place, and we do end up getting there first, and say we get this hollow off, that might drive them to just full send an attack on this base, because they know if we get that weapon, they're pretty much done.
True.
That's true. They will just have to barricade you in. They could wipe us out. Assuming they have the numbers.
I would much rather cast Hallow because I'm sure I won't be able to cast it twice in this camp, so that it can be a place of safety and healing for those who have been injured.
Yes, Rathel had mentioned your proposition.
Just curious, how long do you think we have to get this thing and get back, assuming they march upon you?
Not long. Who's to say that they don't have it now?
Well, using us as bait, did you have an idea for that, perhaps, or just? I don't know.
Serious when I had made that comment, to be quite honest. It's more of a offhanded choice, but you seem
Well-
to be useful and you seem to know what you're doing.
I think we better try and get to that tomb then and narrow it down as soon as we can, assuming they also know as much as you all are saying.
The sooner the better, I suppose. The moment they get the hands on that weapon, we might be done. More so than we might already be. So, you riding out tonight?
I suppose so. This is definitely not something.
would be
I need
wise.
to rest. I have to rest.
We could rest now.
Or is it a multiple day journey?
Caprasius, or not Caprasius, Christophorus. My men had mentioned, Alfast had mentioned that it was about a day and a half's journey or so.
Okay.
You could rest on the way if you
Yeah,
start
we
out
can go.
now.
Yeah, we can go now then.
So, yeah. If we rested now, we could leave in the dead of night, move under cover, and then arrive like pre-dawn. In theory.
Okay.
Are you going to need some sort of escort? A detail?
I'll shake
A
Surely not the
paladin,
four of you.
maybe?
Ragnar stands up straight. I'm not opposed to going.
Come with us.
She looks at the general. He just shrugs his shoulders. Well, if we're not going to get attacked anytime soon, I suppose. Or if we're racing against the clock, then perhaps your odds are better with me there anyways. So I just hope there isn't going to be any sneaking that has to be done. She moves and you can hear the metal plates
Yeah.
clink and shit. So.
Oh boy.
Well, there might be, but I have something that makes you sneaky no matter what.
If that works, I'd rather not downsize, but I will if I have to. I'll go get my things. Meet you in 20 minutes. And she walks on out of the tent. So the others look tense. The general kind of...
Right. Perhaps this will be the first headway we've made in weeks. May Maddox give you victory. May Deus protect you.
Hell yeah.
We'll
Alright.
try and keep you posted through our magical repertoire. Let you know what good.
He nods and goes back to looking at his maps, and the others exit out as well. Kristoff follows you out. Oh, well, that's a development. Is there anything that I can do to help? Any preparations, any supplies? I mean, we can only spare so much, but we might be able to get you horses.
We
Unless you
agreed
can move on
before.
foot.
I prefer to. Personally. They may need some.
On
I'd
foot?
hate to think riding at night might prove a challenge as well.
Oh yeah.
Well, if you can
think
move
on foot
quickly
might be
on foot
safer
and
and a
stealthily
little-
on foot, then perhaps that might be the way to go. Oh,
How much do
hello,
you know
paragraph.
about this tomb?
What was that?
How much do you know about this tomb? Are there traps and protections set up to guard this weapon?
I don't I don't really know too much about it. I know it exists. I know the myths surrounding it. I've never been myself. I've only ever heard stories. To be quite honest, we didn't think it really existed. At least not, it's something that we might find. Sort of a last-ditch effort in trying to gauge the orc numbers. The fact that we, just by happenstance, came across, some place that could be where the tomb is miraculous in and of itself. But other than that, I couldn't really say. Is there anything else that I can help you with? Otherwise, you need to meet Ragnar.
I think that'll be all.
Good luck. He jogs back over to the skirmisher tents. Alrighty. And you guys are gonna be heading out here in a second. This will be a great opportunity to take a break.
And the tiger poster.
Cool. Okay. So, spurred on by the sudden urgency of this mission that you guys are now faced with to investigate, find and investigate this tomb of the first Iron Blood, some mythical figure of Remsha's early history, or even the continent's early history. You guys begin to set off. You meet Ragna towards the front of the camp, the entrance, and begin to head off into the night. It's cold. A light snow begins to drift, and thankfully, it's not anything that's knee or hip deep, unlike the Feywild where you once were before. Oh, it looks like we're going to be changing the light bulb in our bathroom that went out, because guess who took a shower in the dark this morning?
Oh,
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Okay. So, quickly given the directions, or at least general directions, by one of Kristoff's men before departure, you guys have a general idea and direction as to where to go and what to look out for. Searching for the mountain sides of the Zammer Mountain range off to your west. It's this massive wall of land that just makes up the western horizon. It's weird. It's all out and open with the occasional tree, but mostly like wintry tundra. It's kind of flattish plain with shrubs, bits of, still in the process, still dying grass, etc. beneath your feet, and the occasional trees here or there, most of them clumping up towards the side of the mountains. You begin to make your way. And for most of the journey, Ragna's fairly silent, wearing her full plate armor, a large great sword in its scabbard attached to her back. She strikes an imposing figure, and you all can't help but notice she does happen to be a bit taller than Sebastian.
oh my god.
That is a tall lady.
What race is she?
She appears to be human.
Okay. How old does she look?
Make a perception check. Wiggle, wiggle.
Damn.
19.
19.
That looks
Alrighty.
like an 11 to me. Oh, it was. You have a +8.
Yes. So,
I'm
the
not
19. She looks to be, from what you can gauge, she's young, of course, though to you, most humans are considered young anyways. The scars, the sort of hardened features, give her perhaps an age that's not quite accurate to how long she has been walking this earth. You can discern she's maybe erring on later 20s.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I try to, as we're traveling, I try to just chat her up, get to know her,
Okay.
And then as I'm doing that, I'm gonna bring up that Sebastian didn't. I'm like, Sebastian, didn't something cool happen with you and Deos?
It's like the Metal Gear Solid alert sound, like.
What that cool thing was,
yeah.
I don't really know.
She looks
but it
over at
was
you,
cool.
Sebastian. You're familiar with Deus?
You could say.
You do not strike me as a holy man.
I get that a lot. It's
So-
less about the religion and more about the substance, I suppose.
I can respect that. I'm probably about the same, you might say. A lot of people think paladins are entirely holy, and it's not exactly the case.
Did you used to be a pirate?
No,
Oh, okay. I thought that was just like a thing.
Not,
I
not
don't think
everyone.
I have. Shut up!
Oh my god! What was that?
Rude.
They know what I'm doing. Give me a second.
Just gonna like
Probably.
turn
Dare
over to you.
disturb the dungeon master?
What?
You dare disturb the dungeon master?
I liked the voice who did that.
Thanks.
It's a good hag voice.
You dare!
Were you also a pirate?
I start playing my horn.
Oh my god, that could be you.
Okay, we're back. Sorry, they were changing the light bulb, which is nice. Alrighty. So, no, I'm not a pirate. I don't think I've ever seen the sea. Well, no, that's not true. I don't know if you could call what the northern waters a sea.
Wouldn't know
So
really.
is she like a blonde Viking lady?
She is a raven-haired Viking lady, if you
Oh,
will.
yeah, red and black.
She's got some streaks of red in her hair. It's pulled back into a tight, simple ponytail. A couple of like faint scars on the face, but you can see there's like what looks, it's kind of like claw scars, on the side of the head, side facing you, so left side of the head. Although she's got like full like plate armor, this very imposing figure.
I'm gonna say, what clawed you in the face?
Yeah, there's an orc.
Oh, really? So that's recent? Or you always been fighting orcs?
It's not recent. It's but we've always been fighting orcs, yes. The greenskins, to lump them all into one category, I suppose. It's always been vicious. You said you were from the Great Forest. Have you not ever been farther north from here?
Nope. I was a hermit.
That makes
I
both
see.
of us.
Well, the welcome to Northern Aesir, I suppose. We live in fortress towns and cities. There's the only concentrated effort against the orcs is whenever we have the armies sent out to I guess combat them. This has been it's been harrowing times, and the shields of the north have been quite busy, but something that seems to be normal amongst mortals of all races is even in moments of dire straits, we still sometimes find or somehow find time for politics. That's why I'm here, I guess.
How many? Yeah, I was gonna say, how many others are there?
The Shields of the North are it's a paladin order that has been founded in Ramsha, under the banner of Deos the Bulwark, of course, focused on helping to protect and defend innocents from the orcish scourges up in the north. They've become increasingly tied with Ramsha's military are a lot of things, and the Iron Queen has been using them more and more extensively. We're meant to be something that protects those that cannot protect themselves. While the army went out, we would stay behind, because sometimes the orcs would send smaller bands to attack less defended places. And now we are finding ourselves sent out with increasing frequency. I don't know if that's a mission that I can really abide in. And yet here I am, at the farthest reaches of our borders, following a man that I've put my absolute loyalty in.
Wait,
So,
who?
Curious, what exactly is an Iron Blood?
The Iron Bloods are a... How do I put this? The Iron Bloods are a sect of soldiers underneath the Iron Queen that were gifted with abilities that fashion after the Sage of War's own abilities. It's a gift from Maddox to our kind, I suppose, for our warrior nature and spirits, I guess. They can manipulate metal in certain ways with the use of their blood, and to great devastating effect. Truly, there's something marvelous to watch in the heat of battle, but so much bloodshed at the same time. The tomb that we're going to, the tomb of the first Iron Blood. He was the very first, I think, man of Remshin descent, or rather, I guess we descended from him who had been gifted whatever ability it is that they have by Feng himself.
I'm sure this is kind of a big deal for your people as a whole to, if this tomb is the real deal. I mean, it's like finding the holy relic of your ancestor.
It is. And the only thing that we can think about when finding it is getting the weapon inside and turning it on other living beings. It's a sad times we live in.
Yes, war is engulfing this world as we've seen it. We've traveled around much, and that's all we've seen.
It is a disease that cannot be cured, I suppose. Such is the nature of mortal kind. But that's why orders like mine existed. Well, what was once mine. I chose to leave. I left the order so I could follow the Iron Bear.
Soon, at the turning of the year, this whole land will fall into chaos. And the evil gods will try to destroy everything. I know this is gonna happen. We don't have much time.
I don't have anything to say to that.
And this dear.
I don't have a response.
I'm just trying to warn you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
It's something we're working on. It's
You're working on the apocalypse?
against it, mitigating it, things.
I see. Well, good luck with that.
Trying.
Anyways, so all this talk about mythical historical figures and terrible gods and things, this demiurge is what you called her. Is this for real?
I like
God hasn't come down and told us, but best to our knowledge, yeah.
I'll point at like some of the scars that you can see through like the slashes still in my coat since I haven't got it mended. Realize these
You
are-
really should wear warmer weather up here. Speaking of which, all of you make a con roll. No, I'm just kidding.
Ah!
I totally forgot we should have got warm clothes from the Remshins. Nice.
Technically, because I mean, you guys still have like whatever is left of your like, what you call it?
Blankets.
Yeah, your like
Blanket.
fur
Yeah.
blankets. Yeah, fur
Slankets.
blankets. Your little like fur suits that are like really shittily sewn. No offense. But yeah, I mean, you still have that, so there's you're not freezing your butts off, but it's still cold.
Yeah, we just missed a really good opportunity to get some nice Remshin clothes.
Huh?
Classic.
Huh? If only you had another flower to give.
No.
Damn.
It's okay. Well, I don't know why I find it so hard to believe. Maybe it's because I just don't want to. But I mean, if the Ironbloods are such a real thing, then that means the Sage of War exists. And if he exists, then perhaps the Demiurge does as well.
We found
this
more than
is-
one demiurge. So yeah, it's just weird.
There's another one. So
we,
one for
Wow.
each.
we believe
It's
so.
kind of looking like it. We found Umbras locked in a well in Castellan somewhere. Some order of 8 paladins sealed them away with one of each of the goodly gods they worship.
Well, that's. I mean, at least he's sealed, but this. She seems a little overwhelmed with the information.
Your Mandeos is doing some good work down there too, though. That's where we first really met him.
So
Or
I've
his
heard.
order.
Been so focused on this little conflict of ours that's been going on for lifetimes between our people and theirs that I never stopped to think that perhaps we're just maybe a small little piece as part of the greater whole. She seems very disturbed by this. And she kind of, the conversation dies with her. She frowns, probably lost in thought as you guys continue walking. By this time, a couple hours have passed. Or rather, several hours have passed. I don't know when you're wanting to break camp, but if you're to continue going, the sun does begin to rise up in the east. And dawn begins to approach.
Didn't we need to rest?
Yes, please.
I can make the dome extra thick, maybe block some of the light.
Extra thick. Damn, Lehman thick. Alright, so you cast the hut and begin to do your thing. Is anybody wanting to take watch? Is anybody wanting to watch at all?
Me.
Valora and Sebastian. Okay, Valora, first watch. Go ahead and roll your perception check, please.
Mm.
21. Cool.
Ah.
21. Okay. Perhaps with Falcon's eyesight, unlike anybody else's in the party, Valora, you maybe the only one that could spot this, but you can see off a ways up the side of the mountain now as you're encamped in a little bit of a clearing between the small bit of boreal forest you had walked from and the one you're now approaching. A humanoid figure, singular, on the mountainside, silhouetted by the white snow behind. And a steed,
Oh,
reins in hand.
fuck.
The horseman.
Does it look like one of the horsemen?
God.
With that roll, you can make out brown, scruffy facial hair, the silvery armor, and kind of a light blue with yellow tint cloak, and yellow eyes from beneath the helm, and you recognize the visage of Bright Day watching off in the distance.
No. No. No.
Hmm.
Hey, maybe our
Right.
paladin friend can take him.
Right, that's great.
Yeah, she clearly loves bloodshed. Hey,
I'll
go
wake
kill this guy for
Sebastian
us.
since he was next on watch anyway, and I'll point out Bright Day.
Okay, Sebastian, you go and make a perception check for me.
Yeehaw!
Your puny non-night vision eyes.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Okay, yeah, I was like just yellow for a bit. 21. All right, yeah. You takes a little bit more squinting on your part, but you can pick out the figure off in the distance, and you can just make out. Oh yeah, son of a bitch, it's him.
Just gonna groan under my breath and just like hunker down at the edge of the bubble and just wait. Keeping my eyes on him. Keeping my ears out for any other sounds.
All right. Camping out at dawn, keeping an eye on the figure. Nothing else seems to occur. You're almost consumed with watching Bright Day. And for a little bit, that's all that occurs. Just this stare off. Hundreds of feet between the two of you, but a stare off nonetheless. And shortly after the beginning of your watch, he gets up onto his horse and begins galloping up towards the mountain peaks away from you, off to the west.
Where are you going?
I don't like this.
Should I
And
follow?
before long, he's out of sight.
I don't like this at all.
I'm not
And
leaving the bubble. It did not go well last time when I left the bubble.
the watch ends. You've all gained a long rest. And you awake your companions. Dawn has already come in. You guys had stopped right when the sun was coming up. Or rather, a little, I don't know, were you sleeping until, like, during dawn when the sun was coming up? It's kind of when you stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose so then.
Okay. So, I'm going to find something that's less creepy real quick.
Thank you.
Because this is a little silly now. I mean, it worked for Bright Day, but
How do we get rid of them?
We kill the Batman.
it's well into the day now. With the bubble shades turned on high, you managed to block out most of the sunlight while still maintaining visibility. It's still cold outside. Cold enough that you can barely see your breaths visible in the air. But none towards debilitating. And you guys continue to progress. Before long, if there's not any other conversations that need or want to be had, you begin veering off towards further into the mountain range, closer to its side where the ground, the earth begins to incline upwards. I'm turning the music down for myself. The closer you get, the more anxious you all become. Not only was the sight of Bright Day just a tad disconcerting, especially since you're heading towards the mountains where Sebastian had last seen him, but you all heard the scouts' account on how many orcs there were, and that they were all, or at least a couple of them, were nearby, at least in this area. Demented, ironic prank on the opposite end of the continent. Once again, deep in enemy territory, trying to circumvent some orcs
Really
to get
do
to
be
where
like
you're
that.
trying to go.
Should we be stealthing, guys?
We're walking with a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Like, there is no sneak.
I can mask her temporarily, but not for a sustained day of hiking.
What did you say?
I was just saying that like I could mask her temporarily, but not for like a sustained day of travel or anything crazy.
Yeah. So the some more time passes and it begins growing closer towards afternoon and evening. It's been a day. It's gonna be about a day, I think a half. So, continuing on, you guys are now further into sort of the side of the Zamra mountain range, making your way further in. Get my thing. No, kind of closer to here and whatnot. Getting into the mountain range that stretches out this way and onwards. The ground begins to become more craggy and rocky. There's less foliage around, and much to your chagrin, Valora, less cover. It's open air, aside from the few wispy clouds and the open blue sky that's slowly beginning to turn a darker shade of blue as the day ends. And the terrain, just rocks here or there, popping up, a couple of strewn boulders from however long ago, rolling down, moved, being weathered from the elements. It is now nearing nighttime, where you guys are about to reach that. Let's see, I'd say about that and a half point. And before long, the sun is behind the mountain range, and you're now in its shadow. It's the beautiful stretches of purple and orange stretching up in the skies. The sun continues on behind the horizon, and the sunlight is waning. You grow nearer and closer to where you're meant to be, and before long, you see a singular pole sticking out off the side of this mountain that you're trekking, and a nondescript, simple like rag, like a white flag, not even really a banner, just some kind of scrap of material, flapping lazily in the wind.
Does anyone know what that is?
Is there anything on it, or just a plain white banner?
Just a plain white raggedy banner.
I'm gonna scan our surroundings real quick.
Any idea what this signifies, Ragna?
Perhaps it might be a marker? I'm not quite sure. It makes no sense for that to be standing out in the middle of nowhere. Make your perception check, Sebastian. So you said you were gonna scan the area.
Doo-doo.
It can't gather much. It's night. Humies don't have dark vision. Feels bad, man.
I know who does. Honcho, search.
Alright, have Hancho do his perception.
I believe he has a +5.
Yes, he has a +5 to his perception.
Honcho, the legend.
Honcho, using your arm like an aircraft carrier, gets his running leap and launches off and swoops up into the night sky. Couple moments pass and he returns back quickly. Was it 1 meow for yes, 2 meows for no?
Yes. You're like, alright, did you see anyone? That wasn't us? Oh. I'll point north and like, are they this direction?
Just pointing towards the flag. He meows yes.
Were they normal people or were they orcs?
Wow, dude, that's racist.
But they...
What the fuck, dude?
I haven't had good experiences with orcs. What can I say?
Honcho gives you this really weird look, but goes,
Wait, yes for people?
oh, wait, as in, like, people?
Yes.
AKA not orcs?
Humans.
As you put it? Okay.
Oh. Are they orcs? Shit. Alright. Good job. Tuck him back in line.
Okay.
I
Well,
turned to
that's
Ragnar.
not good.
My cat saw the orcs.
Sticks to you like, right. That's a useful cat that you have. One with wings. I've never seen that before.
Interesting. Got
Any idea how many orcs we're looking at?
No. Our communication's limited. I just did the yes no. He can understand me, but you know he can only meow. So. We know they're
Right.
there. At least.
Just be like, are there more orcs than there are us?
Can he count?
I mean, he is almost as intelligent as me, so probably.
Yes, this is true. Some might say smarter, but
Just because he doesn't go and get himself into danger every time. Alright, Honcho, did you get that? Are there more than us? Sick. Might be an advancement.
Oh, that's good. Should we sneak up on them?
I think now would be the time to sneak, now that we know they're there.
Yeah.
Ragnar looks down at herself. And what should I do?
Maybe you should wait.
Taz?
If they're really close, we could sneak in, and then once we attack, then you can run in.
I can wait, unless your friend wanted to do his thing.
Well, I can make you invisible, but that won't necessarily cover your noise up.
Oh, I
think
thought
the
you had
noise-
passed that, Trace.
Yeah, the noise is the issue.
Yeah, the noise would be a problem. Right, well, I can get as close as I dare without raising any noise, and then the moment you all begin doing whatever it is that you're doing, I could join in. I could rush in.
Good plan.
Quick question. So, looking at the DOS loot, it casted. Because when I looked it up online, it did a lot more than I remember it doing. So it does animal friendship, protection from energy, fire, and protection from poison in its current state, if I remember.
I believe so.
Okay. Because I looked it up online just to check, and I was like, didn't. I
Yeah,
don't know if- yeah.
I'm trying to remember which iteration I had used. Is this the thing? Let me see. Okay. Waiting to load. Okay. So, according to the DOS loot from the DMG, you can, I believe, cast fly, invisibility, levitation, protection from evil and good.
Oh,
It can also be used to cast animal friendship, protection from energy, fire, and protection from poison. So,
Because I know when I got it,
Why?
I don't know if it could only do, because I thought it only did animal friendship, protection from energy, fire, and poison. I just didn't know if it was like not activated properly, or if I just didn't fully understand its potential.
Did I give you a note card for it?
Yeah, and the note card had those 3 spells. It didn't have like all the other spells and the charm buff.
Okay, then go with the note card because I think I had intentionally nerfed it a little because I gave it to you guys a little early on.
Yeah, because I was like, damn, this thing really powerful if I can
Yeah,
do that. So,
yeah.
Okay.
It's slap.
I just wanted to make sure.
He know how to base slap with his DOS loot. Yeah. Okay. So we'll stick with the note card. Alrighty. So let me see. Let me go ahead and remove that 3D die right quick. Okay, so let me reveal some areas for you real quick. And hide some others. And then we'll get you switched on over to the page. Okay. That looks like poop.
What?
Looks like I just put skid marks on my fucking map. Okay. Great, I put it on the wrong layer because that's the thing. So devise how you would like to go about doing this. As you guys are coming up, the fact that you cannot see whatever it is, like these orcs, you presume that Hancho had seen. You cannot see them. So perhaps this little flag is posted on maybe a hill of some kind, where there is a decline on the other side. Or so you can kind of gather as you're looking at the side of the mountain here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to...
Do you want to scout it out, Laura? I can make you invisible.
Yeah, sure. Maybe Honcho could lead me there.
Alright.
Toss you guys out here real quick.
Just gonna like pick him up by like his shoulders, like have his feet like hanging down. You do when you pick up a cat from behind. All right, follow Valor.
No, lead.
Lead Valor.
Lead. I don't know how to get there.
Show her
It's
where
just
the
funny. Watching Mason's face.
God.
It's very late, and Sebastian's tired.
It's only 7 for you.
In game.
Yeah.
Be hardcore role players.
Sleep deprived in game. Easy. Even though we just had a
We just
rest,
rest.
literally 24 hours ago.
We're just gonna grab this token.
You tell
We will-
Hancho that he won't be able to see Valora, but just go at a slow pace.
I think he has infrasight actually, so
Oh shit. One boy
Uh,
seeing extra.
Infrasight is 3.5. You're dating yourself, good sir.
Oh, excuse me.
He has dark vision up to 60 feet. So that's what he's got going on. Zoom this in right quick.
Well, he understands common, so. But
He
she's going
does.
to-
He is smart cat.
She's going to be invisible, but you can still hear her, and I'm sure you can smell her. Not like in a bad way. She smells nice, but that's beyond the point. She'll be there.
Alrighty, I'll touch Valera's shoulder. Arcane energy as we turn invisible.
Y'all can't criticize me talking to my cat, man. It's a special bond we
You
share.
have 10 minutes, so not too long. Wait,
How long will it last?
10 minutes.
Okay.
JK, 1 hour.
Oh, perfect.
Woo!
Okay.
But it's the one that wears off if you attack or do anything, so.
Okay. I really loved being invisible in the horseman battle, so this is great.
Unfortunately, I can supply many invisibilities these days.
It's really a life.
Oh, snap. Good to know. Okay. So you can move your token. And I will reveal areas as I can.
Oh, hello. Okay. Well, I'll just follow the cat towards the orcs, so I don't know.
Okay. So you follow
Sneaky,
follow
sneaky.
Honcho. Well, like how are you wanting to go about doing this? Like wanting to just go up to the ridge and peek? Or I mean you are invisible, so
Yeah, I'm gonna be as
Okay.
quiet as I can and just follow the cat to the ridge and see what I
Okay.
can see.
go ahead and make a make a stealth check with advantage.
I recently learned that you can hold down right click in order to move the like roll 20 screen around.
Ooh,
It's
natural
very
20.
useful.
Oh wait, no, that wasn't. That was already there. I was excited. That's okay though.
Did
It's
you know you
30
could hold
total.
Alt and press the arrow keys and move icons around like that? Whoop. Ooh.
Wait, what the fuck? I just got exited out of roll 20. I was trying to do it.
Press Alt F4. Haha, idiot. Oh, okay, that's a 30.
We stealthing.
You definitely stealth. Silent footsteps do not make any noise. And you're greeted with this on the side of the mountain. You can see there is some sort of like very discreet cave opening into almost like a little tunnel carved into just the side of this mountain casually. And would be otherwise, would be otherwise mundane were it not for these lovely individuals chilling on the outside.
That's a big ass boy.
Growing boy. Growing boy.
He tubby.
Got that tubby custard diet.
Bitch, that's the tubby custard machine.
I want custard now.
But yeah. You can that is what you see. They seem to be entirely unaware of your presence. The two being orcs you've seen before. Big ol' boys, the green variant. Getting a good look at them, they are, you realize, probably a lot bigger than the brown variant you'd seen down in the south. They are wearing like heaps of furs, practically like whole animal flanks. Like they just took the entire flank of a moose and just draped it over their shoulders. Stuff to keep them warm. They're large, like 6'5", airing on over 7 foot tall forms. Very imposing. Quite built as well. The lifestyle of these orcs probably lends more towards that, and the deep green skin as well. You can make out bits of armor, and there's also a large, more orangish in color figure. The larger one, it towers over the other two. It's got a couple feet on them. Is holding this like massive handheld crossbow. It's basically a ballista that's being held in its hands, essentially. The bolt that's currently lodged into it looks like the trunk of a small tree, like those little tiny trees that you see planted on sidewalks in cities, basically. Which, for a crossbow bolt, is still very large.
Are they just
That would
sitting
kill
there?
me.
They are, yeah, they're standing around. I mean, moving around on occasion. They seem to be on watch, and they seem to be looking for anything that might be approaching. The larger of the two, kind of lumbering around.
Are they talking to each other at all?
How long do you wait?
Couple minutes.
Couple of minutes. They don't seem to go near one another. They just seem to be on watch and probably bored, but they don't talk.
I'm gonna step back a little bit,
Okay.
and I'm gonna whisper to Honcho, just very quietly, and I'm gonna tell him to go get the others. Tell them it looks like there's only 3. Bring them here. Tell them to be very quiet. Well, the cat can't tell them anything.
He simply looks at you
I'm
with
just
his
gonna send him back for them,
big kitty eyes, and he flutters back over to you, Sebastian.
and then I'll keep watching.
Did you lose her?
Oh,
Oh, okay. Is she alright? I assume she wants us to go there now. Good job. Remind me to find you a fish.
Alrighty.
And then we will follow Honcho.
Alrighty. You all move your tokens to the ridge where you would like them to be. Okay. Sebastian, make a stealth check for me, please.
Yeehaw. Yeehaw.
As you climb right up to the top of the ridge.
No worries.
Ophelia, make a stealth check, please. It's easy to remain fairly unseen, but it is another to be silent. Oh,
Uh-oh.
What the fuck wrong with y'all?
I wanted to assassinate.
I'm proficient.
Do I get advantage?
no. You're not invisible. Ophelia, as you climb up onto the ridge, kind of flop down, there's like a deeply frosted plant that, when you get on it, it makes very loud sounds, like the plant fiber and whatnot frozen, snapping, and breaking. And you drop down below the ridge. But, let me pull up ye old orc boy.
That's my stress noise.
He looks towards the ridge. Valor, you can see him immediately head towards the ridge. Looks right at it. He squints. And the other two are immediately alert. And Sebastian, you can understand this.
So can
The one yelling goes,
We have visitors.
Oh, shoot.
Where are they?
and the ogre is going to take a step forwards and begins looking as well. And then the one in the front goes,
Only the others.
and the one here
Others?
runs into the cave.
Oh no.
Oh.
Are we doing this then? Are we just gonna I'm just gonna shoot him.
As soon
It's
as
whoever shoots first.
As I see Valora take up her bow, I'm like, God, every time. Just gonna start running at him.
Oh, don't go down.
Okay, as soon as you stand up,
Just gonna shoot him.
he pulls a javelin and throws two in quick succession. Does a 17 hit?
Just barely.
Me or who's he throwing at?
Me, since I stood up.
He stood up, so he immediately targets him. Da-da-da-da.
I wanted to shoot him before you stood up.
I said whoever fires first.
I said I shot him.
Did you roll to attack?
No, you didn't tell me to roll to attack.
I said whoever attacks first. Whoever rolls first.
Oof.
You did not say rolls first, but okay.
Whoever attacks first.
Now you
Roll
know
your attack.
That was
apparently
not
means
specified.
whoever rolls first.
Roll your attack.
Sure.
This also drops invisibility.
Did you purposely make that one guy stand further than 60 feet away?
No, they were supposed to be. No, there was one going to be right at the end. The other two spread out a little bit more
I was like, damn it.
on either side.
No person.
I think since you're invisible,
You get
Yeah.
you get advantage.
You
Yeah,
get advantage.
you're technically hidden, so you get advantage on this. But Sebastian, Valora, you and Ophelia see one javelin sail by, and it sticks in the ground behind you guys on the other side of the ridge. Taz, you and Ragnar see this, and you both look at each other like, "Oh shit!" And then another one sails and makes its mark and gets you right in the stomach,
Nah, fam.
Sebastian.
How much damage did that do? 9?
He did 9.
I'ma deflect that.
Roll your dice, Reno.
It is. I'm 10th level, and so that does not even beat my modifiers.
Oh, okay.
So I just.
All right, cool. It's negated, and you manage to smack it away. Once Valora makes her return attack,
It's a 15.
going to get into initiative. 15. Okay, let me see.
Ooh.
Fifteen does not hit.
Oh no.
Let me see if I can pull this up.
Man, I hope I roll higher than that ogre guy. Although technically it'll be a start of a new round once initiative is rolled.
Because these are laggy. Oh, bots. Or you visibility. As it goes into the sudden sound of the whistle of the arrow passing by. Find it. We are now in combat. The jammers.
Big leg.
That was crazy.
How long was the clap after the sound came after the clap?
I just heard the clip.
It was like jammers clap like instantly. Sounded really.
No, more music being deleted.
17 initiative.
Did I say roll initiative yet? No, I don't think I.
Oh, I couldn't tell
Half
because
either.
you're fucking
Yeah, no.
boys.
Oh, you should have rolled already? Oh, no roll yet? What is it, Mr. DM?
I'm confused.
Sounds like some stinky
Fucking what?
doo-doo brain bullshit.
Oh, what the?
What?
Your character's gonna die, Sebastian.
Can I roll yet?
I've survived twice.
Can I roll now?
Please, Father, might I roll some dice?
Why'd you roll again?
You can't stop me.
Eddie's cheating.
Whoa!
Oh,
More
Ah,
dice!
What is going on?
we've gone feral.
I've noticed.
it's feral time.
Rebel!
It's feral time. All right, everybody, roll your actual initiative now. If you rolled good, too fucking bad.
Oof.
I hope I roll good.
213.
Sounds like anime.
It's because it's Fire Emblem.
Yeah. 3 houses.
Listen, dude. 3 houses slaps hard.
Oh my god, man. I have over 120 hours in that game already.
Holy shit. I almost put Shaylin for some reason. I don't know why. I already have Valor too.
They are one. Oh, yeah, 2 separate characters.
it's a picture of Shaylin and a picture of Valora from The Office. They're the same picture.
My
Shaylin-
stand!
I'm gonna assume that Sebastian's Dex mod is higher than Taz's.
Yeah.
Mine +3.
I also am at +3 actually. What the fuck?
A tie.
Ooh.
Nani?
I'm at 17.
Well, S comes first in the alphabet, so.
True.
Actually, what is your total Dex?
Mine's
Yours is
16.
7. Oh, then yeah, it works out.
Just barely comes first, like S to T.
I hate point buy.
What? I hate point buy.
True.
Oh yeah, these guys are just
I'm
straight.
dismally average against a freaking party of fucking savants.
My scores.
Maddie's scores are actually savant tier. I have a 11 strength and 12 con, so and 11 wisdom.
Boo 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 boo.
Maddie has +2 minimum.
I don't have
Which is fucking
anything
nuts.
under a 14.
I love that. Holy crap! I like that Fat Boy has an actual Dex mod, and the Orc does not.
Yo,
He's got thick legs of muscle.
Boo 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 boo. Alrighty, let's get this party started, folks.
Oh,
So, the orc seeing, thrown his javelins at the one visible person, able to kind of barely make out Ophelia as well, stops as suddenly an arrow whizzes past his head, and then somebody who wasn't there before suddenly appears, bow drawn and pointed right at him, and he's gonna look at the 3 of you, and he's gonna fucking turn around and run away.
Ah,
Back, you little bitch.
oh my god.
However,
I hate you.
oh, I'm trying to remember.
cold.
And Sebastian, once more. 13 and a 15. I believe neither of those hit.
No, they don't.
2 more javelins sail by. Valor, it's your turn.
are we like up on a ridge? Like would I have to climb down?
Yeah, there's like a little hill that goes down.
Right. I'll just try to shoot the ogre again, and then I'm gonna try to climb. I'll climb down the ridge.
Okay, you're gonna shoot the ogre or the orc?
The ogre.
Okay, the ogre.
The big one.
All right, go for it. Oh!
Maddie,
Yes,
when you
that
guys
hits.
get your Switch, you gotta get Three Houses. You'll love that game.
Yes, sir. That sound pretty poggers.
You can date people.
Ooh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to roll for Ragna like I do all NPCs that travel with the party.
They're not important.
Clearly.
NPC stands for not important character.
Oh shit.
Not important.
So Ragna would have actually gone first. A Pepe laugh. Oh, hello. Okay.
Sounds like a Journey album.
So you fire at the ogre and then continue to move. I gotta write down the HP. With my handy dandy whiteboard. Conveniently out of camera view.
I've been itching to watch anime recently. I don't know why. The quarantine's getting to me. It's making me go crazy.
You need some recommendations, fam?
Yes, I want like a magical girl anime.
Ooh,
Konosuba.
that is
Have you
definitely
not seen
Madoka?
Konosuba?
No,
Madoka's
please,
like
JB, don't do that to me, please.
What?
Yes,
What is that?
do it, watch it,
Do
watch it. It's gotta be you, JB. Do it.
Are you in the correct headspace to receive anime that could potentially hurt you?
Yeah.
Then I would say cautiously enter Madoka.
That was one of the first animes my brother showed me, and I was like, dear God.
Oh no.
Is it weirdly sexual? Because I'm interested.
No, it's
no.
Fuck.
The first anime I watched from start to finish was Elf and Lied.
Ooh.
That's me too.
Really? No way. No, you're
Yes,
kidding. You're
I'm
No,
kidding me.
she's telling
And
me.
I liked it.
That's hilarious. So did I.
It was
And
fucked
then-
up, but I liked it.
Yeah, it is.
I want something else like that too.
Oh, then yeah, you'll love Madoka.
Helsing Ultimate.
You're just hard on for freaking Alucard.
Who isn't? Who
Alucard.
does not have a raging boner for Alucard, okay?
Black Lagoon.
I don't know.
Regardless, getting back to the game,
I need to write this down.
Valora, arrow flies, and it catches the ogre right in the chest. A little bit of it exposed from the hide armor that's kind of covering it. It flinches, and it takes 9 points of that piercing damage, but does not seem phased otherwise, and is going to look right at you.
Oh no.
And you watch as this massive crossbow, basically a ballista. You know what those look like, because you've seen them on the ships back in the Shattered Sea. He props it up, pulls back the bolts, and lets it fly.
My turn. Just like,
Ah.
And here's the thing: is he's probably just not going to land it either.
critical, just fucking.
Oh yeah. Decimated.
God. 18 to hit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that'll hit. I will use
Oh shit.
uncanny dodge. Half the damage.
That's probably a
Why
good
don't
idea.
you let me protect you?
Oh
Yeah.
god.
So with
Big boy.
uncanny dodge, so it flies, and this basically a small tree with a sharpened point gets launched at you. With the use of uncanny dodge, you manage to dodge out of the way as best as you can, but the edge of the with its metal piece cuts across kind of your stomach right at the round where the diaphragm is, grazing it gravely because it's such a huge bolt. What would normally be a graze with an arrow is more like deep laceration. You take 12 points of piercing damage.
I scream out a little bit.
And you watch it sink into the ground, maybe a foot beside you as it's landed into the mountainside. And the because of the wood that it's carved from, like I said, basically a small tree, it does that weird like wobble thing that wood can do when it's got that, I don't know, inertia or something like that. I don't know. Physics. But it's got enough force. Ophelia, it's your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna stand up on the little cliff thing,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna rub my hands together. And I'm gonna like, ooh, finally a target worthy of the spell. Make a dex save.
Flame strike.
Okay. Okay, you're trying to catch both of them in there?
Well, it's only 60 feet, so I think he's 60 feet away, so...
Yeah, but there's a radius on it too, I
Yeah,
believe.
for flame strike there.
It's a cone.
Oh,
not
yeah,
a cone,
each creature
yeah.
in a 10-foot radius.
That's
Okay,
close.
so... Yeah. So, 60 feet. So from there, and then 10 feet out. Doesn't quite catch that guy, though.
Okay.
If you're gonna do, 60 feet. But
Well, I can move forward.
you can also move, so go ahead and move to where it'll work. Alright, and then it'll catch him. So, dex saves for both of them. An 11 and a 4.
Fail.
Both fail. Alright, how much fire damage have they taken?
A mixture of fire and radiant damage.
Alrighty. 27 points of fire and radiant damage. Called from the heavens, like the All-Mother herself has dropped her wrath on your foes. A column of fire bursting alight. It's like a pillar of fire of like biblical proportions out in the night sky, just arcing out out of nowhere. In the bright flash of golden light as well. It leaves almost like after images as you all blink from the sudden brightness in the dark. They take that 27 points.
Whoa! God! Yeah, feels good.
Big hurty.
Fire!
Let me do some quick maths. The orc is not looking so hot, but is also looking pretty hot. Sebastian, it's your turn.
Alright, upon seeing the ogre just like launch that freaking tree at Valor and like hearing her scream out, just gonna like freaking snap, bellow at the top of my lungs as I immediately use a key to dash of the wind
Okay.
and run at him 60 feet. Just open that freaking kick ass.
Go for it. Roll that damn moog, boy.
Well, I must attack first. Oof.
Alrighty. So the 10 does not land, but the 13 just hits our ogre friend.
Nice. I'm gonna try and catch him like on like a sensitive part of his body and just hit him with that con save.
Alrighty. Let me see for the stunning strike. Let me see. Melee weapon attack. Alright, cool. Deus is Alright. So the first attack, you lunge forwards with the sword, and he kind of brings up the massive crossbow and deflects it. And with his large lumbering gaits, he managed to pull the sword back quickly and go for a little cut on the back of the knee. He stumbles a little bit, takes that 5 points of piercing. What is that third attack? Did you just roll by accident?
I was doing it for the spelling's sake.
Oh.
Uh,
Alrighty. Big boy Hurdy, and then you said a con.
Correct. Which he probably has a shit ton of because he's a fucking giant.
Using up that key. 15.
Ooh, let me check. That's close.
I was gonna say, what is it with DC?
I think it is a 15 save.
I think so. Let's see.
Because it's your wisdom and proficiency.
Yeah, but
Yup.
my proficiency went up at level 10.
Did you update your Roll20 sheet?
I don't know if I updated that. Let's see. I'm looking up the stunning strike.
So for proficiency 4,
Yeah, your proficiency is 4 at level 10.
and then wisdom 3 plus
your
8, so 15.
Yeah, so it's, what is it, 10 plus your wisdom plus your proficiency bonus?
I think it's 8 plus proficiency plus wisdom.
8. Okay, so 8 plus 4 is 12, plus 4 is 16.
Woo!
Oh,
So it
nice.
is now up to 16, and he fails. He is now stunned.
We love big ups.
Stunned boy. Where'd that lightning? Cool. Alright. Taz, it's your turn.
Alright, with a grin and rubbing my hands together, I'll crest the ridge.
July,
And
that's
be like,
just
oh,
not what I
I've been
did.
waiting a while to do this again.
With a wave of my finger and a flick of my dick. One tap for me, it will kill you quick.
And I'll kind of aim behind Sebastian and the familiar fireball.
Yes.
Little fire.
Fireball.
Deck saves all around.
Every time he casts fireball,
Oof.
take a shot of fireball.
I wish I had some. So,
I got Jack.
I believe the orc makes the save, but the ogre does not with his 3.
Bye bye.
Yeah,
I mean, he automatically failed because he's stunned.
Oh, true?
but-
And he takes max damage anyway, so...
1 second.
We
Roll.
love a good bard
Roll
monk bullshit.
those dice! Monk bard bullshit.
Dice red.
You're lucky he can aim it behind the enemies.
I mean, I got evasion. It's fine.
Wait a minute.
You gotta check the boxes.
Oof.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Do I know? Oh my
Oh
god.
my
There we go.
lord.
Holy. So,
25 fire
Taz.
damage.
I got one question for you.
How you want to do it to him?
Ooh.
That's a double
Kind
kill.
of like
That is a double
Genos. Genos from One Punch Man. Just charge that boy up.
kill. Alright.
Fire.
Taz.
And
sticks
left
his arm
behind
out.
is just burnt legs. The rest incinerated.
Ew.
Amazing. Yup. So there you go. Arm outstretched, hand on the bicep. A small little globule of bright red light begins to coalesce just inches from his palm and grows and grows and grows until it's about the size of a volleyball. And it whoosh, arches out at blinding speed, landing behind the ogre beyond you, Sebastian. Huge explosion of fire erupts. A second one in the night, evening, and it lights up the whole place for a second. And there are not but ash left behind of your 2 enemies.
It's kind of like coughing. It's like ogre soot coming out of my face.
Oh,
The combination of Taz and Ophelia should be called the firing squad.
Fire!
Fire!
We can really give it to him when we want.
Yeah.
So, Ragna makes it up to the ridge where she should have been from the beginning because I didn't roll for her. Feels bad. But she's... Oh. Wow. Well. I guess we're going in loud now. Alrighty, that
There's
boy.
not hopefully there's not too many more, but more coming.
Alrighty. All of you make your way towards the tomb entrance, please. Arrange yourselves in the order you would like to go into. Okay. So...
That's a formation.
It's like a while. We're just all moving our pieces slowly.
So we're gonna... Glancing down... Okay. Scoochity. Start moving some things. Oh! That was close. I almost revealed some things.
I really hope to God there's a dragon in here.
Oh my
Stop.
god.
A drink.
Oh, I
Please.
thought the entrance was like right here.
Where?
I thought it was like centered here.
No, the
Formation
rectangle
shift.
was the entrance.
There it is. Ragna.
Alright, team.
Get in place, Ragna.
Ragnar, you know what to do. She's like, what the fuck?
Stop pinging me! Oh my god. That's why I don't play League. Fuck.
I like this little
Team fight,
formation
team
that
fight.
we have here.
Ping, ping, ping,
I
ping.
call it the pincer.
Glit.
Okay.
It's Latin for pincy crab.
Pincy crab.
Leonardo
Oh,
da
Christ,
Vinci.
so stupid.
Okay.
I'm a
If
master
this
tactician.
whole- Is this whole darkness the fucking dungeon?
Yes.
That's
Ooh.
fucking huge.
It's been a hot minute since we've done some dungeon crawling now, ain't it?
Fine.
Of course, naturally, we must call it a tomb of something else.
Yeah.
Tomb of
Welcome
the
to my campaign, where all the dungeons you're in are tombs of something.
Tomb of.
The final one's going to be
Metal
Tomb of
Blood
Annihilation.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that, Tomb.
I do.
Nobody wants to do that shit.
The last one's just called Tombsday.
Doomsday.
That shit's so good.
Dude, that's hilarious. It's the name of our campaign now, guys.
Doomsday.
Wow, that's such
Instead
a
of
good
Dooms-
campaign name.
Instead of Doomsday, because you guys are trying to stop the perceived apocalypse, you're trying to stop Tombsday. The
This
final
is so
tomb.
good. There's tombs and there's like apocalypse overall vibes. I vote this should be the name of our
So
campaign.
Doomsday. Okay. Let me.
Apocalypse now. Tombsday.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to scoot her in.
Wait.
Remind me of her
Wait,
speed.
I want to check for traps before you go in.
Okay. Make an investigation, please.
Hoo-hoo!
Ho ho!
Make a wish.
Oh boy! Make a wish, everybody!
It's 11:11. Make a wish.
I start adding new shit to the thing because
How absolutely apeshit would it be if you like paid attention to the time in 11:11? You just got a wish spell.
Then everybody would be waiting for it. So, with a 2020 check, not 2020, god damn it, you got me doing it. The 22 check. You doesn't seem to be any traps in the entrance to this tunnel leading into the depths of the mountain where this tomb of the first Iron Blood rests. And with that,
Okay.
Ragna looks to either one of you and shing with one hand, underhand grip, pulling out her greatsword, twirls it around, and then with both hands, rests the blade onto her shoulder and begins to march in.
Oh no, single file now.
Cramped quarters, but comes across a hallway. There appears to be indentations here and here, but seemingly no way to access them necessarily.
Look for a ring. It's like Skyrim.
Yeah, the there's like it's the entrance into the tomb being like a large stone slab that was like 6 feet tall and 4 feet long that was pushed aside. She begins descending down into this staircase of stone staircase that goes about 20 feet down before coming to a stop in this little tunnel, tight quarters. It is rather uncomfortable. And what looks to be 2 indentations, perhaps doors, are locked and unmoving. She turns.
Shall I try to unlock one of them?
I don't know if you can. I mean, they look like they should be doors, but it's just stone. And she steps back.
I can always try
to
my
allow
little
you room.
Spell.
She does look though. Goes, wait, this one's open.
Ooh.
And begins to tentatively walk up.
Maybe we should, check the door for traps.
This one is. This one is open.
Ragnar, wait!
Wait.
She stops and looks over her shoulder.
I know you're
Perhaps.
probably a great leader in battle, but this is a dungeon, please. I flourish my hand towards Valora.
Okay. What do you want to do?
Maybe I should lead the way so I could check for traps as we go.
Okay. By all means, take the lead. And she steps up back against the wall to give you room to squeeze past.
I'll
Kind of like lean
check
up in there.
wherever the entrance is. I'll check for traps again.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Oh,
Nice.
Does not seem to be any traps at all. Checking down by the floor and whatnot. There seem to be maybe some holes and such into it, like where the doorway might be, like at the bottom on the floor, like little holes, maybe where something could like slot. But you check it, there doesn't seem to be any traps. You can see faint torchlight leading into the room.
Then I will enter the room.
Should have let Ragnar go first.
Okay. So you enter the room, and immediately you guys hear a metal grate lands, cutting off Valora from the rest of you.
No!
And though you cannot see Valora,
Oh my god.
No.
You guys
Ragnar!
can.
That literally would have been Ragnar. Oh my god.
Seeing as there's only one of you, Valora, both of the orcs are gonna make an attempt to
gonna die.
grapple you.
Great. Great.
I'm gonna be trying to push my
Help?
way up so I can use knock to open this back up.
Okay.
Once we get a chance to.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
So you can choose either acrobatics or athletics.
I'm gonna go with
Whoa, hold up.
acrobatics, 120. That's terrifying.
Ugnar, the grappler.
So your acrobatics or athletics
Six
is your
arms.
choice. 6 arms. 24.
24.
So back up against the grate. One of them kind of clumsily misses you, but the other one gets a hold and you manage to weasel on out of it. You didn't grow up on the streets and survive as long as you did without the skills that you have right now. That's for sure. However, you're in a room full of orcs. The other one is going to make a melee attack against you because the other two could not land a hit.
It looks like, for some reason, when I saw that red token, I thought it was Deadpool.
Chimichangas.
Because this is practically surprise round, so he's gonna do his multi attack. Or no, if it's a okay. So at least you have awareness, so you're not surprised.
Haha.
That's
Ooh.
26 to hit. And a 9.
I will use uncanny dodge.
So the Morning Star. Rolled like shit. You take 5 points with your uncanny dodge. Once again, proving just how slippery Valora is. The Morning Star, this wicked club of metal with spikes protruding of it, comes smashing down. You manage to get out of the way just a little bit, but it's and one of the spikes pointing outwards at a diagonal angle catches your foot. You take 5 points of that piercing damage, and he pulls it up. It follows up this massive red-skinned creature with these furs on it, large bottom tusks, goes in for bite, and you manage to lean back, smack the back of your head up against the metal grate, but manage to evade the bites. We're not going to roll initiative for all these other boys. Oh shit, and he is actually large.
Oh.
So
Help!
He is very
that's
good.
Help!
great.
Help! I need help!
That's great.
I like how everybody's calm for a second. The moment he, oh, fuck.
He's back.
Help!
Yeah, biggins.
Yeah, that's my
I
bad.
need
He's
help.
big. He's an ogre, so
Get me out of here!
alrighty.
I'm trying.
Let's see. So 13 and an 18. Well, that's good. Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
And then get the old monster block Carinos for these boys. Roll their shit and call it Gucci. Alright, let me get everybody in the order. Alright, I believe we are all in. Yeehaw. Do the old numberinos for these guys. To make sure that I can see. So it is going to be this one in the corner. Valora is going to look at you, and with this fiendish smile on her orcish face, she lifts a finger at you and is going to cast a spell. Having seen you wiggle out of several attempts of being beaten with large metal morning stars and being grappled, she's going to bestow curse.
Uh-oh.
I need you to make a wisdom save.
That's a touch spell.
Oh, is it a touch spell?
Yeah, I was looking at it earlier to see if I wanted it.
Oh, okay. My bad. I totally just missed that too. Okay, so it is touch. I like how you don't have to roll to hit. You just touch a creature and they have to succeed on a wisdom save.
Yeah, you can do some really bullshit things with it.
Well, bump, 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 bump. Now you can make a wisdom save.
Cheese touch.
Cheese touch.
Ooh.
18.
An 18.
That's
That
pretty good.
probably saves.
Which I hope the fuck it do.
Oh yeah, no, that saves. Easy peasy. Alrighty.
Man, Valari's just bobbing and weaving.
Pretty much, dude. Oh my goodness. She's insane! It is now Ragna's turn. Ragna is going to come on up to the grate. And
Put that shit down, fam.
she's gonna, Valora, don't worry, we're coming. And she's going to take the sword and spin it around a moment into that underhanded, grab her sheath and slide it in. She's going to bend down and stick her hands underneath the grate and try and push it up, since she's the closest right now. She And you can see the her neck just tense and the veins popping out on the sides, and you can hear it as she tries but can't quite get it up. It is going to be the next orc's turn. This guy is going to attempt to grapple you once more. It's a 19.
No, acrobatics.
22.
Nice.
22. Alrighty. Managed to succeed, Valora. It is your turn. You are surrounded on all sides. You can move into their spaces, but it's considered difficult terrain, and they will get attacks of opportunity.
I'm gonna just stay right here.
Okay, what do you do?
Okay. I guess I'll just pull out my daggers and try to stab one of them.
Alright.
Dodge action. Bob and weave.
Oh, that's actually not a bad idea. I am all alone.
What you doing, Valora?
No, I'm just gonna try to stab him because that's what I said I was gonna do.
Okay. Who you stabbing?
It's a really big one.
Go for it.
Oh my god.
Yes, that hits. I'm going to write down my orky information. Eight points of damage on the Tusked Crimson Ogre. How much damage was that?
Just 8.
8 damage, okay. And mark that down. Alright. Ooh, I forgot a thing. That's okay, we'll use it next turn. I always forget a thing.
Me too. Or something.
So that is going to be your turn, Valora. You stick it into this massive beast's kind of like gut. It's about as much as you can reach. Gets him right near like the fur belt. You pull it out. It drips the brackish, dark blood of his kind of people. And he just kind of looks down at it, looks at you. Large tusks and just red crimson skin. You can see the eyes widen, the bloodshot as well. Ophelia, it's your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna step into the space that Ragna's in.
Okay.
And it's a grate, so I can reach through.
It is, you can reach.
Okay, I touch her and cast Warding Bond. So, yeah. You good
Alrighty.
now, girl. You good.
Would you like to explain to the class what that does?
Oh, yeah. So you get +1 to AC and saving throw and resistant to all damage. Because I'm taking the other half.
Oh, cool.
I just figure I can't open this that Taz is going to.
Hopefully.
Alrighty.
And then I'm
That is-
gonna move back out of the way.
Alrighty, please, both of you remember the warding bond because I have lots going on.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. So if I forget it or, the effects, etc., do remind me. Alrighty. It's now Orc 2's turn. He's going to scoot up this way, and is not really going to do too much. Just kind of surrounded at the moment, but he does pull out a javelin at the ready. Sebastian, it's your turn. What are you doing?
Can I hold my actions?
You can hold your action. What is the action you would like to hold?
As soon as Taz knocks, I'm going to rush in and attack Big Red.
Okay, so you would have to rush in behind. Your movement speed is 50. You do not have enough movement speed to get in there. Because it would be reduced to half because all your friends are difficult terrain and you'd have to get out to there.
Alright, I will...
Actually, hold on. Nope.
Yep, alright, I'll have to use a key to dash then.
Okay, so when Taz opens it with knock, you're going to rush it. Taz, it's your turn.
I will push my way through my allies and say, everyone cover your ears, and I'll knock on the portcullis. Thank you.
And it opens on up. Sebastian, you rush on in.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, boom.
Your action triggering. Where are you wanting to go? Alright, there you go.
Actually, I'll land there.
Okay.
Same move, but... And then I will take my attack.
Make your...
action.
Yep.
Oof.
Does not hit. Does hit.
E.
5 points of piercing damage. Alright.
So we're going in.
And
Thought we were
we'll
gonna
make-
open the gate so we can run away.
We're gonna make that a con save.
Want to do a con save. Blowing through that key.
Well, I have more, so I'm actually only down to 6.
True.
13. He is stunned. Quick succession of blows, one glancing off the hardened leather pole and the other finding its quarry. You strike the blow, dealing 5 points of piercing damage. And digging into that pressure point, you rip the blade out, and he's grips it and just stunned. Alrighty. Is now...
So, I was going to do my bonus action as well.
Okay.
So I'll just use my mantle as a bonus action, and I can target 5, so I can also target Ragna.
Cool.
Let's rearrange a bit here.
Alrighty. Everybody, you have your temp HP. I need to put down...
Has that increased?
Let me check. Yes, it is now 11 temp HP.
Nice.
And everybody gets to use your reaction to move. I believe... Yeah, so
Yep.
because there's lots of bodies, it's going to be difficult terrain for everybody if you're trying to get inside of the room. Which Ragna is going to use her movement to get out that way. Okay. Sebastian, you can move as well if you would like. Ophelia and Taz, you can also move somewhat.
Scooted back a bit.
Okay.
I
I really
will,
don't need to take damage because I'm already absorbing Valora's damage.
I will save my reaction.
Okay. It's now the other orc's turn. He is going to scoot this way and is going to make his attacks, pulling out wicked longsword, dark steel with a bit of serrated edge on it. Make his 2 longsword attacks, holding it with both hands. It's an 8 and a 12 to hit.
Miss.
So both miss. Easily dodging out of the way. 3 is going to pull javelin and is going to aim it at Ragna and is going to fire his javelin. 15. The javelin flies over, and Ragna is simply holding the handle of the greatsword chained to her back, looks at him, and simply leans her shoulder into it with her large right bounces off. A couple of sparks fly, nothing else. This guy, however, is going to run on up, actually this way. Gets a little bit of some flanking action. Going to make an attack with his great axe. $18 to hit.
That will hit.
Nine points of slashing damage.
Didn't
One of the
even break my
orcs
10.
inside of the room rushes over, running across. You see now the laid out. Apparently they'd been camping out in here. There's a small cooking fire off to one. He runs up and brings it down, slashing across the back of your back. It is now Big Red Boy's turn. He is stunned.
Not that much.
Which means I believe he can't do shit. I think I did not. I don't remember if I rolled well or not. Anyways, back to the top of the round. Might have forgot that he had a bonus for his saving. But what's done is done. Okay. The female orc is going to attempt to bestow curse once more and is going to use it on you, Sebastian.
Uh-oh.
She's within melee range, so I need you to make a...
I wouldn't have line of sight on her, would I? This is...
No, you wouldn't.
That's
Wisdom
fail.
save. That's a fail. You're now cursed. Okay. So. You're going to have disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws made with dexterity.
That's a bitch-a-rooney dooney.
You have disadvantage on attack rolls against her.
I think you pick one of those.
Oh, right. No, my bad. Yeah, so you have disability. Yeah, disadvantage on those ability checks.
Oh, using dex?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Actually. I already said it. We'll stick with it. Okay. So. Cursity Dursity. Boop. Ragna's turn. Ragna's gonna whip out that sword and she's gonna make 2 attacks. Let's see. $17 and a 21. The 17 glances off the chainmail he's wearing, but the 21 lands.
Which one is she attacking?
The one right in front. Uh-huh. Skip damage. So 17 points of slashing damage from the greatsword as he brings it in, and dealing an additional 8 points of radiant damage as it catches it in the shoulder. It lands down on one knee as it sticks its own sword up to try and stop the sword, cleaving entirely through its shoulder. You can hear the two struggling off the side. Just record that damage real quick.
Sure hope this curse goes away when the cursed lady dies.
Let's see. Oh shit. Alrighty. This
Should be able
guy's
to
turn.
Punch her concentration off, unless she casted a big high. Pathetic. Well, actually, that one's not. Manages to land a hit on Ragna. Is going to deal 22 damage. 22 slashing damage That's
to
a
Ragna.
hit.
Is indeed a hit. So that is all of her temp HP gone.
Yep.
And she takes 11 points of actual damage. It is otherwise alright, Valora. It is your turn. Ophelia, you're on deck.
Alright, I'm gonna try to stop the big guy who's stunned.
Go for it. You should have advantage on this.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
25.
yes.
5d6, please.
Okay.
Nice meaty chunk done to our large ogre friend as he's stunned, facing Sebastian. You right in the side, under the arm, with the pauldron, getting him in those the sensitive spots of the soft tissue. You pull it out, trailing a little bit of that black blood with it. Anything else you'd like to do? You like to move?
No, I'm gonna stay there.
Alrighty, Ophelia, it's your turn.
Y'all need any healing?
Nah, I'm freaking stellar right now.
Okay.
Except for this curse, but you know.
Spirit Guardian!
Oh
Oh
shit.
god. So it begins. The meat grinder.
You're gonna be making lots of saves, my friend.
Jesus.
For all of them except for the farthest guy. Two farthest guys.
So, okay. Gotcha. Well, here we go.
DC 17.
Gotcha.
Oh,
It's 18 and a fail. So 1 succeeds, 2 fails. F. Okay. Big red boy. Oh boy.
What's the save? Wisdom?
Wisdom save.
That'll save.
That's his fail.
Excellent.
F. Can't wait to see all these guys just killed instantly. It's gonna be great.
It's not that much damage.
But the pains are coming.
Fail.
No. The
My
fireball.
pains are coming.
Do fail. All but Juan succeed. Roll your damage, please. Incoming Almirage barrage. The more I think about it,
7.
the more I realize that if Ophelia could do Dimension Door and Spirit Guardians at the same time, she's literally Fiddlesticks ulting.
True.
Who
Blinks
the
in.
hell is that?
It's League of
It's
Legends
League
character.
memes you wouldn't understand.
Question.
Good fiddlesticks.
Okay.
Did Curse Bitch fail?
Yes, she did. So she's gonna have to make a con save.
Correct.
So, this gentleman here takes his half damage. This one. And though the Almirage does the damage, it does not seem to phase him too much. This one, however, right here, succumbs to the Almirage barrage being blended by spectral horny bunnies.
Yes.
Blood for the
Because there's
blood
no
god.
other kind. And is promptly dead. Ogre Boyo is going to take that 7 points and is still standing. And though he's taken some hits, he's looking alright. See, and a con save. Friend.
Fail, you bitch.
13.
Fail.
That's a succession.
Isn't it the spell saves DC or the...
For concentrating on a spell? I'm trying to
It's
remember.
10 damage. No, it's 10 or half the damage you took, whatever's higher. It's
then,
typically 10.
that's a success.
10 is higher, so it's a succession.
Piss.
Bitch! Alright. But one has been killed. It is now Orc numero 2's turn, who is going to, for some flanking. Do. Some shitty rolls, another 18.
Oh, hit. Oh, were those multiple attacks, senor?
No, that's with advantage because he's flanking.
I see.
$15 max damage, 15 points of slashing damage. Yet again, Great Axe comes sailing in and catches you in the side and yanks it out, Sebastian. It is your turn, and Taz, you're on deck.
Excellent. Quick bites. All right. Going to flurry of blows.
Who you hitting?
I'm gonna split 2 between my fine female orc friend here and you.
Okay, first one is for...
First one is for her.
Okay. First one misses.
Come on. Fuck's
Second one
sake.
misses. So your first manage to miss. Now turning on the large ogre fellow, your fist with a follow-up has advantage 25 hits. The second attack also just lands.
You must
So
make on save.
11 points of damage on Ogre Boy. Con save. There we go. Con save. $18.
Cock and balls.
Finally free. Feels good, man.
The smile Ian gets whenever they make the con save. It's just worth it.
I should have just focused on this.
Taz, it's your turn.
Clear the landing zone. Mantle of inspiration.
Alrighty, everybody can move.
The alarm sirens.
Interesting.
Klaxon goes off. Stay at your own risk.
I hear the warning signal go off, and I give a middle finger salute to the bitch right there.
Look at how we got out.
Everybody fucking scatters.
Ragna, you fool!
Go down!
Fucking nuke sirens from Indiana Jones.
Kill me.
I'm gonna move back a bit myself. And then fire!
Fire in the hole.
The orcs are just so confused. They're like, what?
What's the radius? 20 feet?
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's all of them. Alright, time to roll some deck saves. So, for the two normie orcs...
God, I wish I could have freaking stunned him for another fireball drop.
That would have been sick.
14 and a 5. What's the DC on your fireball? Oh, there it is.
17.
That's a fail. Okay,
Oh.
so he fucking dies. Welcome to D&D, where Taz uses fireball and everyone fucking dies. Okay.
Fantastic.
Big longsword boy.
Also refill yo temp.
Fails.
Lost it.
Oh my god, it kills him too. That's the
Holy
exact
shit.
HP he had too. That's a lot of ones you rolled as well.
God mode.
I should have never let you level up to 10. I should have kept you at 9 for forever.
Cool.
What have I done?
You've unleashed me. My sorcerer deep inside.
When will I learn that my actions have consequences?
When will you learn?
Meets it, beats it.
He's
Yes.
like, oh god!
And then what's the guy's dex? Pretty sure it's like -1. Yep. Shit. Fails. Okay. I just think of when Sandy's chasing down SpongeBob and Patrick after they woke her up from hibernation, and she lassos Patrick and just pulls back. Mushroom cloud in the back. Alrighty. Hoo-wee! And then, let's see. Half of 27 is going to be 13. Alrighty. Aside from Normie Orc right beside Sebastian, all of them are dead. You guys just watch this. You hear Sebastian give the warning, or not Sebastian, Taz give out the warning signal, and you all fucking scatter. All the orcs like look around like, what the fuck? And then as Taz backs up in the hallway out of all of y'all's view, you just see this light, like a bright orange, like a candle, somebody walking with a candle or torch coming up, lighting up the cavern here, and then suddenly just goes out, explosion, bright flash of light, and just almost all of the orcs are gone. 3 of them that were there, fucking ashes, dude. Burned to a cinder. These other 2 look pretty scorched. And one of them's got to make a con save.
I pray
Also,
to God you fuck up.
The
bitch.
fire is cannon purple, Fey fire.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Nope.
Ah,
Curse is gone.
I freed you, Sebastian.
Okay.
just like the one-handed Morpheus knuckle crack. Just
Don't mind me just crossing out names on my whiteboard because they no longer exist. This guy, gone. This guy is like looks at what just fucking happened. Looks at you, Sebastian. Is gonna start making a bolt for it. You can make an attack of opportunity if you like.
oh hell yes. Actually,
Oh, I think
Oh wait, no, you moved, didn't you?
I did.
Oof.
Yeah. Hell yeah. How'd that big guy get in here?
He's running,
Good question.
and
I'm just thinking, like,
Did
all
he
right,
grow big in here? Is there a second door?
wait a minute.
he sucked in his gut.
Oh my god.
I'm like, that hallway was really small.
We're not gonna talk about that.
My immersion.
Yeah, okay.
Come on,
Just looking at
Kansas
fucking
Riders.
shitty squares on your roll 20. Oh god. Anyways, he fucking bolts. Sebastian, you can hear an orcish. Get Frothar! They're here! And just runs. And he's gonna exit down that way. Orc 1, fucking dead. Get out. Alright, cool. So, this guy. Okay, so he's going to his movement. Oh shit, he's got 40 movement speed.
Hey, leave her alone.
15, 15, 5, 15. Alright. So, with the stabs and that it's taken and the burns, it's going to... You see its muscles begin to spasm as it begins to tense and flex and kind of curls in on itself, and then suddenly... And you watch as the muscles and veins under the skin bulge, and suddenly that blood, the brackish black blood of the ogre spreads out and splashes you all. I need you to make, I believe,
Ew.
con save.
Well,
Yes,
he has to make a
please.
wisdom save though.
His big toe entered.
I was gonna say,
Shredder.
it's like his fucking toe.
Ooh!
His mouth wide open. Sucks down that good blood.
Mouth wide open.
I was like cheering at the fireball, just
Nope, he does not succeed.
He takes 15 damage.
Oof. Alrighty. What was it? Spiritual Guardians. Do. It's because we gotta make sure Spiritual Guardian is. God damn it. It's not a spell, it's a feat. I need to look at the reading real quick because this is going to determine something. Click, cleric.
What do you want to know?
I'm looking for the spiritual guardian. The fuck? Where is it?
It's called Spirit Guardians.
Spirit Guardians. Yeah, why am I not finding it?
Third level conjuration.
There we go.
Concentration.
For the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there, enters it on the first time. So I believe it takes the damage before it can do its thing,
Yeah.
which means it's dead, and you guys are fine.
Oh shoot!
Yes.
We love a good retcon.
Wow, nice.
Almaraz Barrage. Like the fucking nematodes from SpongeBob or the Tooth Fairies from Hellboy. And he goes down. And all that's left is this lone orc who is going to.
Hey, there's no fucking room.
He goes into the void.
Dive into the wall.
Hey,
Let's see. All those guys are dead. Alrighty. Let me look these up.
Dad, are you okay?
There was a trap.
Where are you? Oh my god, Valor.
I'm coming.
There was
Are
a
you
trap.
okay, Valor?
There was a trap.
Superb trap chicken.
So, with the two remaining orcs having bolted down that hallway, you all kind of take a moment to breathe. The adrenaline still pumping through your veins. You become aware of the surroundings. Aside from the massive fuck-off scorch mark towards the entrance of the room where Taz's fireball dropped, you can see loads of gear, bits and pieces of like metal, hide armor, etc. Just lying around. A few like discarded like basic weapons. But you're also suddenly aware of just the room itself. In fact, right behind Sebastian is a large stone relief of what looks to be a man towering in large plate armor, carved into the stone. Features discernible, but carrying what looks to be a large, almost smooth, like club, if you will. You guess you could call it a mace, but it just kind of it looks wrong. It looks unnatural. It's odd, and the figure is standing triumphantly before a large army that's been carved into this this wall here. So he's standing here, facing off in this direction, like he's looking off into the sunset, while this army carved into here of hundreds of discernible, indiscernible figures, all in armor, who seem to be like praising him.
Can I make like a religion check or like a history check?
Sure. Go ahead and make a history check. You are not the
I got a 20.
yeah, you're not the most knowledgeable. History of the northern regions, specifically Remshin, but from all that you've heard about this guy and the fact that it's probably his fucking tomb, the relief drawn, specifically of the large imposing figure in plate, is a depiction of the first Iron Blood. Hennegar Hreinson, and the large club that he has with its kind of big metal end the actual like mace part used for hitting people, pointed down onto the ground, his hands resting on the end of its pommel, you gather must be Orenmir, this fabled weapon made of star steel.
Does the statue look like the same guy from that like vision I saw in the scroll?
The one of the two guys fighting?
Yeah, the one with the mace.
No. No, I mean, like, it could be, you could easily misconstrue it because they're two big dudes in plate. But the other one you kind of saw as if you had seen in real person, in real life, like you were right there. And it just doesn't seem to fit. Not to mention that this mace is like completely smooth, no spikes. It's just like a large metal rod or like Q-tip basically with an enlarged head used for hitting folks, whereas the other dude had like these wicked spikes on it.
Can I investigate all the dead bodies for loot?
Sure.
Sift through some fire
Yeah,
ashes.
some ashes.
I mean, there are bits of them that's disintegrated, but I mean, the bodies are there, of course. They're just, burned to hell and back.
Do we have the episode up where Valora like saw all those visions, or is that the one that like failed?
No, I believe we do have.
No,
it
that
up.
one's up. That one's up.
Okay, because that would be like the perfect thing to like go re-listen to.
Yeah, I believe we got that one up. We
33.
missed on my battle to the death with the horsemen.
Yeah, we missed the horseman fight.
And then the last orc battle and introduction to the battalion.
Alrighty. What was the 26th? Was that investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Amongst them, you find about 20 gold pieces, and 5 silver, and 2 bags of 50 copper pieces. So effectively 1 gold piece, essentially. Amongst them, there is some heavily singed chainmail on 2, and some hide armor on big old red boy has some kind of basic half plate, if you could even call it that. It's like a really tough hide with a reinforced metal backing, and it mostly makes up the pauldron and like this very long kind of fur, almost like yak skin belt with a big metal bit on the front, kind of like WWE belts or cowboy belts, but like as big as your head. Otherwise, there's not really much else besides some of the basic amenities. You can find a couple of orc rations and such, but that's really all that you make. They didn't have too much going on. The little cooking fire off to the side has got something in the pot that probably was being cooked before the alarm was raised.
Well, I'll take the
So-
money and the rations, but I don't really want the armor.
Okay. You get let's say about a week's worth of rations collectively, picking about the stuff that's not burned and edible still.
Oh boy. Anyone else feeling tired?
Yeah, that was a lot
No.
of all of a sudden.
Well, we kill a good many, but They said, I forget the name of the. Well, actually, I couldn't even understand it, but it seemed like they're going somewhere deeper in. Probably have to burn out a few more orcs.
That sounds like it. I'm worried they were here before we were.
Quite nestled in as well.
Quite indeed.
Hopefully they have found the base in there somewhere, but they're unable to like get a hold of it.
One might hope. Think
Out of game though, how late do we want to go?
I was gonna ask that.
Yeah. Because I was about to
There
say,
are a
if
couple
we-
of rooms, but we can call it quits here. Pick up where we leave off.
Yeah, because if we see more combat, which I assume we will, might
Potentially.
go a little long.
take a little short rest.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can spin up the hut and give us a little respite.
Yeah, let's do that.
You cow.
Okay.
Sure. I will use
So-
my last third level slot to spin up the hut in 1 minute rather than 10, because I don't know how long we got till reinforcements arrive, and then
Alrighty. So
I'll do
alone with
spawner.
your band of fellow friends and adventurers, Ragna, the ex-shield of the north, at your side. You guys spin up the tiny hut in an attempt to get some rest in the thick of it. After having just fought off who looks to be an orc contingent nestled deep within the bowels of the tomb of the first Ironblood. And right when you're casting that hut is when we're going to go ahead and call it here.